Good. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. This is a rescheduled meeting of the members of the New York State Liquor Authority, and today is January 30th, 2015. I'm going backwards. In attendance is Chairman Rosen, Commissioner Green, Commissioner Kim, General Counsel Flug, Deputy Commissioner O'Brien, and myself, Secretary Held. The next regular meeting dates are Tuesday, February 10th and the 24th. All meetings are held in our New York City office with video conferencing available in our Albany and Buffalo locations. Items will be called as they're signed in, or there may be some variations. But first we're going to go to Buffalo, then Albany, then here in New York City. When your matter has been called, please approach the podium and state your name very clearly for the record. Chairman, do you have any announcements?
I have nothing.
Sure. Okay. As a matter of courtesy, we do ask that you silence your cell phones. First item on today's calendar, Buffalo, is number 170, Masood Al-Hassan.
Good morning. My name is Miguel Reyes, and I am the attorney for Mr. Hassan. Mr. Hassan is standing next to me here. I believe that the issue here concerns Mr. Hassan having purchased this property from an individual that I am not familiar with exactly what happened with that particular individual, but I believe that he had accumulated a bad record with the State Liquor Authority. And Mr. Hassan purchased the store from that individual. There are no family connections and no financial connections between Mr. Hassan and the former owner. The only financial connection is one that has been disclosed to the board on the application, and that is that there was a promissory note that was given to the seller. Most of that note has already been paid. There are 3 or 4 payments, I believe 3 payments that remain. My client, as I said, has no financial, family, or legal connection to that individual other than the seller. That person, I believe his name is Kadir Ahmed. And he was a former owner of this particular store. My client is a young man who just he's actually still doing a little bit of a study, has interrupted his studies in order to run a business. It is his first business venture on his own. He started this business with very little capital, and that necessitated him to borrow money from the seller. Essentially, it was a money mortgage or a money purchase note. He has a good record. He's clean. I've known him for 3 or 4 years. Prior to having entered this venture, he was attending school. Prior to that, he had worked part-time at a couple of different stores in Rochester, where he gained a little bit of experience and an appreciation for the possibilities of that business. And I urge you to give him his license. I think he merits it, and he is a person that will not violate your confidence.
So your client is stating that the landlord will have no relationship other than collecting the rent with this business. Is that correct? He's stating that unequivocally.
He is, Your Honor. The landlord is a person also known to the authority. I did represent him in a matter, and we appeared before you in New York City. He is not in the business of running grocery store. He is a real estate operator. He purchases buildings and turns them into businesses and rents them out. He also purchases gas stations and convenience stores that are in distressed conditions, either due to environmental issues or other physical problems, neglect and so forth, or debt. And he turns them around, and he is actually a successful landlord, but he has absolutely no connection whatsoever with this business other than he collects the rent.
All right. Any questions? All right. We'll vote then.
I approve.
I approve. I approve. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
172, 2 Foodies 2 LLC.
Good morning. My name is Tracy Dong. I'm the attorney of record. I'm here with Carrie Moore-Vito. She is the principal of the applicant, and I understand that the board has some questions regarding her application. We'd like to address any concerns you have.
Okay. Is there anyone present who's opposing the application? If there is, we'll hear from them now.
There's no opposition present.
Okay, thank you.
Ma'am, I'd like to ask about your intentions of selling on the internet. What is your protocol?
I'm sorry, ma'am. You indicate that you're going to conduct internet sales. What will be your protocols?
Our protocols are that we're going to be using a shop compliance software to make sure that we are mandated with all the shipping compliances of all of the different states. We are also going to be processing the orders during our regular business hours. We're going to receive the orders and manually input those, and we're going to be using a compliant shipper such as UPS or FedEx in order to be able to ship those items.
So it is your intention to ship out of the state?
As long as it was within the state, within the compliance.
Okay. And you also mentioned that you're going to be having classes. Can you describe those classes?
The classes, our store is to foodies, which means that we are centering our business on food and wine pairings only to educate the individuals on how wine can be enhanced by different food. So the classes are going to be classes that are going to be having samples of some foods along with samples of wine.
Are you charging for these classes?
We do not anticipate that, no.
All right, ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay,
I approve.
I approve.
I approve it too. Good luck.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in Buffalo?
There's no one else in Buffalo.
Thanks, Michelle. In Albany, items 80 and 81, Lincoln Advisory Services.
Lauren, excuse me, Lauren Simons, 2 Lincoln Advisory Services.
All right, this is an offer of $10,000 to settle this.
I accept.
Does Brandon Jones still work there?
No, he doesn't, and that is one of the reasons why I am here. As far as the $10,000 fine, I had sent some documents for you to review as far as what we do to stay in compliance and trying to educate our clerks when we hire them, and they are expected and required to sign numerous documents, read our manuals, 2 manuals, and we also offer to pay for a class, a New York State class, internet class, at the cost of $40, if they still feel that they don't know the rules properly. Both of these individuals sold to a minor. The way our system is, in the store, you have to manually put the birth date into the computer. They just neglected to card the individuals, even though there's a sign right on the register that states every individual under the age of 100 must be carded, must have a valid ID. And one of the individual's comments was he was trying to give somebody a break. That's not the way we operate business. We take it very seriously, and I personally train them, and they were arrested, and I believe the charges were actually dropped with both the individuals. They had to pay a $100 fine, and I, as the employer, have to contend with a $10,000 fine, which is just exorbitant. And we're a small business. Our liquor sales for the whole year were about $11,000.
The concern for me is that it was 2 different individuals on 2 different occasions, and that's
Yes.
the concern to me. So to the extent that you have tried, and I believe that you have, you've been very ineffective. If it was one rogue individual, I would say maybe we come down a little bit, but with 2 incidents, and there is a prior history, so you're aware of the dangers of sales to minors, I'm not inclined to come down.
Yep.
All right, so 10,000.
I accept.
Okay, thank you.
$98, Divyang Shah. That one is not pulled out of your pocket.
My name is Divyan M. Shah.
All right. Good morning. Is there anybody in opposition present in Albany?
No, there's not.
Okay, because we did have 2 protests on file. Any questions?
My only question is for our side. Basically, Southbridge Wines and Spirits, 2011, 2012, 2013, they reported exactly $1 million in sale with no difference. We can kind of take a look at that.
Yeah.
Otherwise, no question for the applicant.
All right, ready to vote?
Yeah.
Okay.
I approve.
I approve.
I approve it also. Good luck.
Thank you.
Anyone else in Albany?
No, we're all set, thank you.
Thanks, Rose.
Thank you.
99, Aqua Vita Wines and Liquors.
Hi, my name is Patrick DeLuca. I'm here to represent this application for Aqua Vita Wines and Liquors, Inc.
All right, good morning. Are there any protesters? Any opposition? No? Go ahead.
This application is to replace a store that had been there for 30 years. My client was in the process of negotiating a purchase when the current licensee was advised to close the store because of his debt. There were 3 owners. They were all absentee, and they basically ran it into the ground. It's a great location. It just had very bad management.
All right, are you ready to vote?
Yep.
I'm ready.
Approved.
I approve.
Approved. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
73, it's request for declaratory ruling for a New York licensed winery.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, good morning. I'm Mark Coslow from Buchan Law Firm, here with Brian Leventhal of Brooklyn Winery, with a request to petition for being able to file for this DC license. We presented the matters to you. I also followed up with a short email to you to explain, and I believe you disseminated that email to your fellow commissioners. My client would like to say just a few words as a practical matter as to what it means to their business operation.
Hi, thank you. So I'm one of the owners of Brooklyn Winery. We've been around for about almost 5 years now. We operate in Williamsburg, Brooklyn. We've been a great part of the community. We brought winemaking to New York City. We have a great event space, wine bars. We host lots of weddings, events, wonderful things. And what we've done is we've proven that this model works quite well. And what we're trying to do is expand our business outside of New York City. We can't, unfortunately, put another one of these in New York City. It just would cannibalize our current business. We've done a tremendous amount of exploration in terms of where we wanted to open. Washington, D.C. is a wonderful city. There's a lot of really, really tremendous changes going on right down there. And they have had put new legislation to effect allowing for a winery and a restaurant similar to our operation here in Williamsburg to be something that you can do. This is a huge part of our expansion and business of what we want to do. And it comes down, and Mark can explain more of some of the semantics of how the laws are written. We're looking to do literally the exact same operation in Washington, D.C. as we're doing here in Brooklyn, and are looking to do, manage the business and go by all the laws that we are, that we follow here in New York City. It's just the way the law is unfortunately written in Washington, where you're a retailer first with a winery privilege, where here you're a winery with a retailer privilege. But literally, it's the exact same business.
Are there, for this DC license that we're talking about, are there any production limits? Because one of the things you emphasize in your arguments to the board is, this is to help small producers. I realize the practical limitations in terms of a wine pub or however you want to call it, but are there any actual production limits in the DC statute?
No, there's no limits, but the company would be happy to commit to any limitations that the SLA would have in mind. In other words, the concept would be to mirror what they have here in New York. We understand the difficulty.
And we do have production limits here.
We're way below the production limits in New York and are looking to produce even less in Washington. We're looking to do around a 5,000 annual case production. We're due about 8,000 here in New York City. So we're looking to be a small boutique winery, really producing enough wine to service that physical location itself in Washington.
In your email and in your arguments previously, you suggested some ways in which we can tweak this so that some of the slippery slope concerns we have could be addressed. I'd like you to enumerate, so it's clear, exactly what restrictions your clients, you've suggested that you and your client are prepared to subscribe to, so that we could include that if we were to approve this in the board's decision. So there would be some very clear guidance to the rest of the industry as to what the limitations are.
Well, for one thing, if D.C. would decide to create the same type of winery laws that we have here, we would immediately, let's say within 30 days, 60 days, apply for that license and substitute out. So we're not here to maintain the license in D.C., just maintain the same operation in D.C. That would be one constraint we had on. The second piece is that we realize that we'd have to restrict the numbers we're talking about. Since it is a retail license per se in D.C., we would limit ourselves to one, meaning we could have one location with the one winery on or adjacent to that premise, just like it is here in New York. Otherwise, in theory, I could have other retail licenses in D.C. We agree that we would not apply or take any other. The concept is not to have multiple retail licenses. It's to have the same operation we have in New York. So another additional restriction would be to limit ourselves to with any site that we attend to in D.C., it must be accompanied by, on or adjacent to that premise, a winery, just like in New York would have to be a winery on or adjacent to that premises. Another restriction.
That's how our business works. The draw to our business is the fact that the wine is produced there. That's our business model. We're literally just trying to take a successful business we've grown here and duplicate it in a city we think is ready for us.
There's some other restrictions that D.C. has on as well, which is, for example, although the wineries here in New York can sell to wholesalers and can sell to the retail trade, there they would not be able to do so. Any wine produced by that on-site winery would have to be sold to the wholesale trade first. That was a question that council had. We answered the question both in writing. We found the section and sent it on, but that were restricted. So if there were additional restrictions, we have additional restrictions, and if not, at least the same or greater restrictions that we have here. We'd have to abide by both.
All right. So if I vote to approve, it would be with all of those conditions.
That'd be correct.
And it would also, and what I would also require would be that if when you actually apply for this in D.C., they tell you no, you inform us.
All right. There's two things. In terms of the application to D.C., we also committed at last meeting to inform the D.C. ABR, ABC, another name, ABRA, that with the application material, we would fully disclose that we have this winery operation in New York. So if they have a tied house issue, they could then look at that, view it, and their decision would certainly be cognizant of any tied out issue that the D.C. may have. We believe there isn't, but just in case, we'll make sure that they are aware of it. That's number one. Number two is we'd also do the secondary that you mentioned before. Same thing.
All right. Any questions?
Well, aside from the production limitations, I mean, what kind of size are you looking at in D.C., your retail space? Is there a particular site that you've already identified? Or
Yes, there is. We're working with a developer. We actually have a site in mind. It's part of a wonderful new area called the Navy Yards, which is right on the Anacostia River, right near the Nationals ballpark. It's being developed by Forest City Ratner, which is a wonderful development company.
How big is the size of
We're looking at a space that will be about 15,000 square feet
Just
total.
the retail side of it?
No, the full building will be about 15,000 square feet. The winery portion of it will be between 3,000 and 4,000, with the rest being a restaurant and event space.
Let's vote.
You presented us a very unique set of circumstances in which you choose to operate in the other
jurisdiction. I think you're a great operator here in New York, and the method of operation that you propose has been successful here, and I hate to limit that success. But the unique set of circumstances you presented us would require us to make an exception. And I think if we make an exception for one, we're going to have to do it for others, and it gets more detailed in what that unique set of circumstances will be. I do think it's a slippery slope. I do appreciate that you offered stipulations to satisfy the laws here in New York, but I deny it.
One small comment on the slippery slope, just on that piece, which is that it's hard to replicate what DC has. It's unique in that most jurisdictions have having wineries with the extra privileges. There are very few, I only know of one other jurisdiction that might have some similar circumstance where this might take place. Otherwise, you can't replicate that. So it is an exception, and it's a unique exception, more so because we don't see any other jurisdiction having the same kind of circumstances which would allow one to apply only in that way. You can't get what you want in D.C. This is the only way you can obtain the type of winery, what do you call it, a wine pub operation. You can't get a winery with a privilege. We do it. Why go through this? Why have an attorney represent and go through the circumstances with a large cost if there's a way of doing it without having to go through that situation? So I'm trying to point out is that with respect to uniqueness, it's not just could someone do this in another state. The answer is no, because the other states have those capabilities of applying for the normal winery license with a privilege. D.C. does not.
Mr. Koslow, I'm sorry, did you get any representation from D.C. that they would then issue these licenses, that they wouldn't have a tied house issue?
Or even a declaratory ruling that they would be open.
There was a point. They're licensees here, and I explained at the last meeting, we have to start somewhere. So we thought we'd start in the jurisdiction where they're situated because we feel you have the control over the current licensee. That's a prospective licensee. I've got to start. I can't do both at the same time, so we started here first. I can say that to the best of my understanding, D.C. will be okay with this. We believe we've done this before. Since I didn't want to risk anybody's license in D.C., we didn't put that in writing as to which entities may have done so. But we've represented that we will produce the necessary information so D.C. can make the appropriate ruling. If they say no, then no problem. But we believe they'll say yes. But we had to start somewhere. We felt being within your jurisdiction now, we'd start with you first.
2 other votes.
Well, I agree with Commissioner Green about you guys having been great operators, and it's great to have a winery in Brooklyn. Once I think the tied house laws get presented before us, I think it's pretty clear the Court of Appeals has said that we don't have much discretion when the tied house laws are involved. And I do understand that if we did make an exception in this case, it would be just for maybe D.C. because every other state, as you pointed out, already has laws that would prohibit this practice. So based on that, I really think it's something where the D.C. legislators have to come on board and understand that they're limited in many ways, and so I vote to deny.
If you don't mind, I won't take everybody's time to praise you, but I will vote for you. Unlike the position the other petitioners take, I realize that to approve this, even with the conditions that we were talking about, would have its pitfalls. But I do think that's what we're here for, to deal with the tough issues. And if we have to do it on a case-by-case basis, I think that's our obligation to do it. I agree the rigidity of the tied house laws, as the Court of Appeals has interpreted, is granite-like. But we have statutes to get around it for small producers, D.C. has a statute that violates the Tied House general prohibition, but they passed a law to create a specific exemption in this license that D.C. has created. So it's not like we're creating the D.C. license. The legislators there have done it. So I think that we can vote for this, and again, not without its perils, but I think that's our obligation to deal with that. And if it has to once in a while be on a case-by-case basis, so be it. So I realize it's a close question and a difficult question, but I would vote for it.
Mr. Kozla, just as an added question, I know you said you were not going to apply to D.C., but does D.C. have a mechanism for a declaratory ruling that under these circumstances they would allow that to exist?
Well, with D.C., let's just say the faster route is to actually make the application. Right. So they are going to file an application outright. And that's why, in terms of the condition we put in the material that we supplied, we were going to specify in the application what it is that we do here in New York, because there could be a concern on the part of the agency that we might not hide it, but not make it a pronounced effort of saying that we are a winery in New York and you should consider the fine print of whether we're violating Tied House prohibitions. So we said we obligated ourselves as one of the conditions to make it known to D.C. of what we do outright. And we feel that it's not a problem. When you make your ruling, keep this in mind when you make your ruling in granting the retail license for the winery privileges for that location. As I said before, if D.C. had the other license, we'd apply for it. If they don't have it, we can't do it.
Would you have to have the space? I know you already.
They have to lease the space first. They have to. It's similar constraints that we have in New York. Exactly. You have to have a bona fide location. You have to have a lease. There's a large cost involved. They have to sign on board, and then they don't have to develop the space, but they have to have a lease space, letter of intent, the same kinds of obligations they have here. Pretty similar. It's similar type of materials. And there's a D.C. attorney handling it for them as well.
If you can get that, I mean, if you commit to applying to D.C. and they are in agreement with the stipulations that you would agree to here, I would reconsider and grant it. But I want that component.
Commission agreement.
I want that component satisfied.
We would only be able to open there if they said yes nonetheless. So it's kind of one of those situations where if we went through the D.C. approval process and they didn't grant us approval, we couldn't do it anyway. So that's basically if we get approved, then that satisfies what you're asking for. Do you understand what I'm saying? So we could only do it if we got approved there anyway. So that's why we had to start somewhere. So we're starting here before we start there.
But also, Commissioner Green, I'm trying to understand, was your basis of your vote more on the fact that it might be illegal or because it's not approved yet in D.C., or is it because we're implicating the Tied House laws, because they're a winery and they'll be doing retail?
Because they're going to be a manufacturer as well as a retailer according to what the D.C. law
So even if D.C. said, okay, it would still implicate from our perspective the fact that they're a manufacturer now operating on retail.
But the way they're permitted in D.C., they would make an exception specifically for you as well.
The way the D.C. laws are constructed, you have to have this retail license. You then apply for a winery permit. That's what it's called. You pay a $5,000 fee. You receive a permit. It has certain constraints like any wineries do. One additional constraint, for example, is the winery must sell to a wholesaler in order for the product to enter the trade. On the other hand, if the wine produces for that retail site itself, it may do so. Much like the brewery pubs you have here in New York.
But in D.C., you can operate one without the other.
In D.C., you could be a retailer. You couldn't be the winery. There's no other mechanism in D.C. to be a winery. That's it. In other words, if you want to be a winery in D.C., this is how you become a winery in D.C.
D.C. is a unique location because there's no vineyards. They don't have the same as advanced laws as New York State does. It's a very small box of concrete, so they don't have a typical statute to be a winery, which we would be. But our business is what we're doing here, which is legal under New York law. We're looking to literally duplicate that in Washington.
Right, so that's why, I don't think it really matters whether they get it or not in D.C. It's more, I mean, I get Chairman Rosen's point that even though they're a winery here, under New York law, we've permitted them to hold functions and events, which is on the retail side. So if that exception is permissible under New York law, as we've seen it and as legislators have put forth, then would that not same principle apply in D.C.? And I think that's where the struggle was. So yeah, so even when I made my decision, it's a tough call. It's not, it's just. So anyway, but that's I don't know if based on the contingency of them getting it in D.C. actually changes the main issue.
If it's a tough call and you could go either way, you might want to sort of go my way.
This is very important to me personally in our business. I don't want to make a plea to you, but we're employing a tremendous amount of people down there. I mean, we're talking probably potentially triple digits. We're going to. I've been working on this for quite some time now. I have a fully signed term sheet with a. They're fully aware of this situation, but this is a huge thing for me and our business, and it really, I really am asking you that if you're on the fence on this, this is very, very important to us and what we're doing, and I really, really ask you to reconsider. Please.
Well, it's not because of your personal pleas that I'm going to reconsider. I mean, you could take that argument with every single applicant that comes here. So I appreciate and I understand. I'm not saying I'm oblivious to that. Obviously, I'm very understanding of it. I'm just trying to.
We're not trying to skirt anything.
No, I know, and I'm not trying to prevent you from being able to expand your business. I'm just trying to apply what's set before me in terms of law and precedent. So, Council, do we have other wineries then that have these permits to be able to hold other functions like they do?
That have on-premise licenses.
The wineries out in Long Island, right?
Yeah,
they all have that.
Large number. Not necessarily in Long Island, more upstate.
Upstate?
Yes.
And there's others in New York City as well.
It's become a huge part. It's become a huge part of the winery industry because many of them have built terrific event centers where they'll do weddings, bar mitzvahs, and other events, and it's been very important in sustaining the industry as a whole. And again, we've got the Riga International decision that Mr. Kozlow is well aware of, and all of us are. But the legislature has been carving out these exceptions. So my argument is not that we're creating a new exception somehow administratively by what we would do here, but my argument is simply that I think this is within the letter and the spirit of the laws that actually this administration has passed in the last 3-4 years. And obviously D.C. is struggling to come up with something similar, but as was said, we're not talking about the Finger Lakes. We're talking about one big slab of concrete. It's just the District of Columbia. So this is probably the best they felt they could do. But I think there are significant. I agree with Mr. Kozlow. There are very significant parallels between what we've been doing legislatively for the last 4 years and what D.C. is trying to do. So I do see a symbiotic relationship.
But so if they were taking the same model and going to Pennsylvania, for example, where it would be prohibited, or New Jersey, or whatever jurisdiction aside from D.C., then aside from the fact that it would not be allowed in that state, from our perspective, does the same argument hold?
Well, I think in most of those states you would be able to do it, but it would be more on the model that we're doing, which is a winery with a retail privilege. I think many states are allowing that now. It's just so what I'm looking at is what is the effect in the world, in the real world of what they want of the statute in D.C. and it's very similar effect to what we in other states have done, but just the language is different. They're viewing it as a retailer with a manufacturing privilege. We say it's a manufacturer with a retailing privilege. From my perspective, I love Shakespeare, and a rose is a rose. By any other name, it's still a rose. And I think we've got a rose in New York, and it would be nice if the rose could bloom in D.C.
Thank you.
I wish I could quote back some Shakespeare, but I don't have anything for you. Well, what I'm trying to grapple with is that if we're saying that this is limited only to D.C. because in any other state they would have...
I would say that. I think that would be...
Just these particular...
I'm not arguing
Well, no, this particular... But the next person who comes to us and says the same thing with D.C., I think would have to be consistent, because I think partly what we're saying is that because of the way D.C. laws are structured, that they have no other avenue. That's what Mr. Kozlow's point is, no other means to do this, whereas if it was New Jersey, Pennsylvania, wherever, they at least could find the route through the winery having a permit for a retail or event function.
My question is this. How is this, if we approve this, how is that different in a bad way from if the law was worded just more like ours, where a winery has a retail privilege as opposed to retail having a winery privilege? In other words, what is the danger that's created if we approve this? What is the difference between the retail privilege carrying a winery privilege with it and vice versa? What's the difference? When it's worded differently, but to me, it's no more than a difference in punctuation in terms of the effect on the real world. It's like saying, well, they use semicolons and we use colons. I think the wording is significantly different when you read it and you say it out loud, but in the practical effect, I think it's on the same level as what we've been trying to do in New York State.
Chairman, on a simple level, isn't it just the chicken before the egg, and which came first, the retail or the manufacturing privilege?
I don't see any chickens or eggs.
It's not Shakespeare.
Roses.
You have to do better than chicken and egg. But the other thing, too, is, the issue has come up, maybe you apply there first. I think, and this is the template I'd want people to follow. You come here first, because that's our licensee standing in front of us, and I don't want them doing anything wrong. So before they ask DC if they can do something, they should come to us, because we have jurisdiction over them, and say, is this okay with you guys, before we go down there? I don't think they should go down there, go through an application process, then come up here and we say no. And I don't, even if we were to say yes, I would want them to come to us first. So I think in terms of how they've done this, it's the right way to do it.
So I think, if you had come to us as a winery without this permit that we've already allowed for, where you can perform some of the retail functions, I guess, of holding events and whatnot, then I think my original point with the Court of Appeals giving us no discretion over tied house issues would apply. But given the chairman's argument about us having carved out in terms of legislation and the promotion of wineries, especially in our state under this administration, and also the fact that we just recently amended our statute with the purpose of ABCL law being to support economic development and so on. And since these permits have been already given out and you're coming to us at that stage, then I think I can be swayed to change my vote. Thank you.
All right, so it's approved then.
Thank you very much.
And again, let's draft something with all the conditions that have been specified.
I will resend the conditions that we agreed to, and you need to add on more, you'll add on.
And you'll copy Special Counsel Donahue, who'll be drafting it.
But I'll send it to Tom. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, and again, you will let the board know in writing exactly what DC does, please.
Yeah, we're going to inform the board when the application is filed, so you'll see the application that we put forth our tied house
Okay, thank you.
issues, and then you'll see what the decision is when it comes out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
152 2nd Street Restaurant.
Sorry.
Where's Victor? Where's Victor?
But I forget.
That's okay. I thought Mr. Victor would be making an appearance.
Which one?
152.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Donald Bernstein on behalf of the applicant for a new on-premises liquor license. With me are the principals of the applicant, Chris Paraskavides, Victoria Freeman is here, Chef Mark Meyer, and Anna Marie McCullough. Between the three of them, they have currently 3 on-premises licenses in Manhattan that collectively have 33 years of being licensed without any violations. What they are designing here is a farm-to-table modern Mexican restaurant with a total of 100 seats indoors. Premises were previously licensed as a restaurant with just a beer and wine license, and it's on the corner of 2nd Avenue and 2nd Street. In support, we've attached letters from Community Boards 2 and 4, which is where their current restaurants are licensed, indicating they've had no complaints. As I said, they've had no violations. We also attach a letter from one of their landlords stating that they have not received, that he has not received any complaints from any of his tenants or neighbors. I'm not sure if I filed the petitions yet. Let me give you another copy. We have 250 petition signatures in support, as well as letters from some neighbors. If I may hand this up. At the 500-foot rule hearing, one local resident appeared in opposition, who was the same person who appeared at the community board meeting in opposition. I've submitted to you his letter after the 500-foot rule hearing. We met with him and discussed with him the issues that he was concerned with. He has since withdrawn his opposition, and in his letter, he confirms that he, in fact, is fully supportive of this application. Community Board 3's denial was based in part upon them not wanting to approve a full liquor license in a residential building for the mentally ill owned by Community Access, as they put it. In fact, Community Access fully supports this application. Attached to our submission is a letter from Stephen Coe, its executive director, stating the reasons why they support this application, including our agreement to provide job training for them, as well as food donations. And he indicates that the revenue that we are providing to them, which we can only do if we have full liquor, is critical to them being able to provide the services that they provide. The community board's count of licenses within 500 feet is a little, I don't really understand it. They count 20, there are only 14. They say there are 12 on the same block. There, in fact, is only one on the block bounded by Bowery, 2nd Avenue, 2nd Street, and 1st Street, and that's Red Rooster. Of the 14 within 500 feet, 9 of them are over 400 feet away, and 6 of them are on Bowery, which is an avenue away and a world onto its own. They also say that that 4 of the 5 adjacent storefronts are licensed, and it's just not true. There's only one on that block. So given the fact that I think the community board's basis for their denial seems to be unsound, and the one person who would oppose this is now supporting it, we request approval.
Are they here? Is anyone from Community Board 3 here today? Anyone in opposition? No.
The proposed hours are 2 o'clock Friday and Saturday, 1 o'clock other days?
That's correct.
For closings.
And what about the Sidewalk Cafe?
Sidewalk Cafe will have 16 tables on 2nd Avenue. It's the same as what was existing with the prior
What are the
licensee.
hours?
The hours will be the legal hours permitted by DCA.
By DCA, which is?
12 and 1.
12 and 1?
Yeah. I provided pictures. This is, and the community access, which has the residents in the building, is supportive of that. I mean, these people operate quality businesses, and a number of their existing restaurants have sidewalk cafes in residential buildings. They've never had an issue, never a complaint, never a violation. They know how to operate that consistent with the residential building and community.
What does Community Board 3's stipulations normally dictate, limiting the sidewalk cafe hours to be? Do you know, or does anyone know? I'm trying to look for. I don't have an issue except for the sidewalk cafe, just in terms of if you're serving until those hours, it seems a little on the later side.
I would agree, because this does involve alcohol. It's just not people eating outside, and people get a little noisier when they're drinking alcohol. So I think I'd be a little more comfortable voting for this application if we were to limit the sidewalk cafe hours.
Along the lines of what Community 3 normally has in their stipulation. I just don't have a record of any of that. Does anybody have any?
Yeah, what Chris told me is that people don't sit outside just to drink, that they serve meals, and anybody that's sitting outside is eating, not just sitting there to drink.
Well, I know that. That really doesn't tell me anything that I didn't know. But the question was, what hours, if any, can you live with if we restrict them? I'm aware about the habits of the people who eat out. But the hours you cited, that's city hours, but the city doesn't give the liquor license. So the city says you can sit there and eat a sandwich till 1 in the morning. They don't say you can sit there and have alcohol till 1 in the morning. That's our decision. I'm sorry, go ahead. Into the microphone, please, if anybody's speaking.
I don't know if this still counts, but we have two outdoor cafes in 2 of our restaurants, and we never let people, a little bit maybe at like 5, but that's it. No one's allowed to sit and drink without eating.
Where are those located?
One is on 156 10th Avenue. It's a cook shop restaurant.
Yeah.
And one is at 38 McDougal on McDougal between Prince and Houston, which is, I'm sorry, that's not out. That's Open Door. Same thing, though. And one is 31 Great Jones Street, which is on a quiet block. I mean, we regulate this strongly.
And the hours there are till 1?
The hours there
For the outdoor?
The hours there are till midnight.
Till midnight. Okay.
I think, right? Am I right?
Yeah.
So would you come down to midnight?
Very loose.
And you said DCA hours were what?
12 and 1, midnight and 1 a.m. on weekends.
Weekends being Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or Friday, Saturday?
I think just Friday.
Just Friday, Saturday.
Yeah, and the STIP it talked about.
We'll agree to Friday across the board, if that helps.
To start, just worried about the summer hours and.
Yeah, I'll go early.
I mean,
maybe 12 o'clock Friday, on the weekends and 10 o'clock during the week.
I mean, because Second Avenue is so different from like the eastern side of that community board. The restaurants are not as saturated as Alphabet City.
Yeah, you're right. A little less.
This one's a little more spaced out, and they would be, I mean, they're good operators. I would do the midnight outside.
Across the board?
And 1 o'clock.
I just wanted to add that across the street is a large storage facility, and then 1 block down is a gas station. So
large
it's not
storage
surrounded
facility,
by
like, which will eventually be a condo.
And there's a gas station.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, and then it's a gas station in the block.
Better
So it's not
on the
your
corner.
typical. It's
All
not
right.
I remember when the last applicant
I'm
was
okay
here.
midnight across the.
All right, so we're agreed. All right, we'll approve it with the condition that the outdoor cafe close at midnight, and we'll incorporate the hours that were in the community board's resolution, which is 12 o'clock during the week, Friday and Saturday. I'm sorry, 1 o'clock during the week closing, and Friday and Saturday at 2 o'clock closing.
Yes.
We're all set with that. Okay, then
Approved.
it's approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
71 Rose Group, Park Avenue.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Donald Bernstein on behalf of the licensee, the Rose Group. In September of 2012, the authority approved a beer and wine catering license for this facility at 583 Park Avenue. At that time, a number of conditions and stipulations were agreed to after some extensive discussion and some negotiation. And our application before you this morning is to modify one of those 6 stipulations. Just to review them, which I'd like to do, there aren't too many. The first one that we're seeking to modify relates to the number of events and number of patrons that are permitted during any year at which beer and wine is served. The second stipulation requires a patron count by an independent monitor. Names were selected and the authority selected one of those, and that is who has been determined to be the neutral responsible party. Third, we are required to notify the authority on a bi-monthly basis with the number of events and the count as determined by the monitor. Fourth, deliveries and pickups on 63rd Street limited to the time allowed on that street. Number 5 is the licensee is to limit unnecessary deliveries and pickups on Park Avenue, which is the front of the church and the front of the event space. And finally, no photos, that is red carpet events, are to be held in front of the premises. Those are the stipulations that were agreed to back in September 2012. 12. And we are here, as I said, to modify one of those. We have complied now with these for over 2 years. And from time to time, licensees come here to modify closing hours or stipulations. I believe it's the preference of the authority to have them wait for at least a year. We have waited in excess of 2 years to demonstrate our compliance with these stipulations. They are unlike just about any other that I have seen. I am not aware of any catering facility in New York, perhaps statewide, particularly one that is limited to only beer and wine, that has such limitations as the instant ones that we have agreed to and complied with for the past 2 years. I was not counsel at the time, but I know that my client agreed to these with full confidence in their willingness and ability to comply. And they have proven over the past 2 years that they have and that they can. Since December 2012, they have had 146 events. Now, because we don't have liquor, it is very difficult to get social events such as weddings, bar mitzvahs. People want full liquor. We are unable to provide that. So since December 2012, we've only had 10 of those out of the 146. 36 have been corporate events. The overwhelming majority, 100 at least, are not-for-profit fundraisers, some of which even take place during the day. And it's important, I believe, to keep that in mind. We are not talking about, as the opposition predicted a few years ago, rowdy frat parties. We are not talking about the 20-something crowds that you may see on Rivington Street or the Bowery. These are events for organizations such as the Red Cross, I Have a Dream Foundation, Sloan Kettering, Children Aid Society, Glaucoma Foundation, on and on. And I think it's interesting, if you look even at some of the photos that the opposition submitted of what they appear to be crowds outside. Thank you. Which is hardly that. They're not the typical crowds that are in areas that are problematic. These people, frankly, look like they're coming out of a funeral. They're people like us. They're dressed like us. They're wearing their suits. Well, it's not.
It's not a good party if it looks like they're coming out of.
If you go to Riverside Memorial Chapel, you'll see more people out on the street than you see in front of 583rd. And the events, I think, are important to keep in mind. The type of events that we have there. We have support, or I should say, testimony from a number of people about our compliance with these events. And I would say that out of 146 events, only one time did we exceed the allowable number. It was exceeded by 23 people. We're happy to explain that. I don't think that's consequential. I think that 145 events well within the agreed-to limit is just about complete compliance.
Is that 2 years or 1 year?
That's since December of 2012. It's over 2 years. Over 2 years compliance, except for one with 23 people over. We've attached a letter from Sergeant Kevin O'Donnell from he's an assistant operations coordinator at the 19th Precinct. He attests to our excellent record. Sergeant Materian? I'm sorry. Here it is. Yeah, just one minute. Sergeant Giovanni Matera from the 19th Precinct is here, and when I'm done, I hope you'll listen to him, and he will attest to our excellent conduct and compliance with the law. We've also attached a letter from Barry Meyerson. He is a private investigator, former law enforcement officer, attorney, 20 years experience in acting as a monitor for nightlife venues, and makes reference to our commitment to the compliance with the restrictions. He is there and his staff is there to count patrons and report, but from time to time, as he says, he remains a bit later and gets there before people come, and he can attest to the fact that there is not a problem with crowd control or parking.
He's there as a condition of your license.
That what?
That he be there and that
absolutely.
he maintain count.
And absolutely, and he has been there, and
I selected him.
And he's good. And he's here to report to you about our compliance. And again, this is someone that is independent, and as you say, selected by the authority. We've also attached a letter from David Stone, who is in charge of our security who also makes reference to our compliance with all of these stipulations and the good and proper conduct and the fact that this is not a problem for the community. You also received a letter from the World of Children, and that was in response to one of the charges against us that perhaps suggested that our monitor wasn't being honest. I'm not sure, but the point was that the count of the monitor under 500 was inconsistent with what World of Children reported in their PRO on their website of having 700 people. And the importance, I think, of their letter that they just sent to you the other day is their statement that when they got the sense that they may be going over 600 before the event, Mr. Rose says, as you know, we can't do that. They were advised we have a legal limit to stop at 600. If they're going to have more than that, we offered to let them out of the contract and help them find another venue. Turns out that they were under that, so it was not a problem. But their letter showing that my client clearly understood the limitations and obligations, informed them of this, and was prepared to cancel the event if it was going to go over that, attests to the fact that our compliance is not a matter of just chance. This is something that we take very seriously.
So then on their website, when they said 700 celebrities and VIP guests attended the event, how do you, were they just making a misrepresentation?
It's addressed specifically in their letter. I have to find the exact sentence where Dr. Leibowitz makes reference to that. He said, at one point, we did believe we were going to sell 700 tickets. We failed to update the language of the press release, and that they made a mistake. This was not our mistake. This is something that they put out there. The independent monitor confirmed that it was 480, and World of Children confirms that the actual count was 480. I want to point out something else that occurred just 2 weeks ago, and I have to say that I'm astounded that this is being thrown up to us as a reason to deny this application. We had an event booked for some sports nonprofit organization for 400 people. It was a Saturday night about 2 weeks ago. And not-for-profits have an investment in bringing as many people as possible because that's what they're doing. They're raising money. No one would expect a planned event for 400 to go to 800, over 800. Maybe we'll go to 500. Maybe we'll even go to a little more. But in all these years of experience, they've never had a situation where it's gone from 400 to nearly 900. When they told us that they've sold 880 tickets a week or so before the event, clearly we knew we had a problem. I immediately, as soon as I found out, contacted the Deputy Commissioner O'Brien, and we felt we had no choice but to ask the authority for a waiver, one-time waiver of the limitation. We didn't want our client to be hurt by this. The authority was going to have a hearing on this, and we appreciate that you would have done that, but it was too close to when the event was going to take place. What we ended up doing was finding them another venue. We lost a lot of money in the process, but we had no choice. We found them another venue. We offered to even bus people that came to 583 Park in error to bring them to the new venue. The event took place, and we withdrew our request. Now, somehow, the opposition is throwing this up as something we did wrong. And I find that a bit astounding because I think it shows our good faith. I think it shows we were prepared to lose money, which we have, by having to adhere to these, and that we took the proper and appropriate action, and we took it promptly. In addition to the letters that we have in support, a few other things I want to point out. On September 27, 2012, Ms. Weisberg specifically asked the authority, what do we do if they don't comply? What if they stretch it? What if their numbers are wrong? What do we do? Mr. Chairman, you were as clear as could be. You said, you call Michael Jones. Here's his number. Here's his email. I forgot what you gave. And you said to her, and if you can't get Mr. Jones, call me. Here's my number. Now, I don't know if you've gotten any calls, Mr. Chairman. I suspect not. I contacted Mr. Jones yesterday and this morning, and in the 2+ years since December 2012, he has not gotten one call. Now that we're making the application, suddenly we're getting complaints. But all throughout that time, not one call, as you directed, and you made it very easy for them. We contacted the community board 3 or 4 times over the past few weeks by phone and by email. Have you got any written complaints? Do you have reports? Please send them to us. We've got nothing. We followed that up as recently as yesterday. So we're going to the SLA. Let me know. No response. We've gotten nothing. I've attached the 311 complaint forms. Barely anything. Sergeant O'Donnell, in his letter, said that there were maybe 6 over 2 years that he could attribute to us. And of those, some of them, when they went there, they found there was no cause for it. So if we say arbitrarily 3 out of the 6, maybe no cause, 3 complaints, I'll let Sergeant Matera address that number. No SLA violations, of course, no criminal court summonses. And what I find a little distressing is that the opposition can't even recognize this. There are so many times when we come before you or others come before you, and there are residents that are complaining. And after a year or two, they come back and they'll say maybe, you know what, the licensee did take care of this problem. And this one they tried and it's a little better, and this other problem is still a problem. But they acknowledge when a licensee is compliant that they are. We don't have that. Although I have to say that based on information we have, at least 2 of the buildings that Ms. Weisberg had represented are not opposing this application. They're not supporting it, but they're not taking from the information we have any position. And I think that speaks to the fact that we have been in compliance and that some of the fears that they had or some of the problems they may have had years past have essentially dissipated. I'm not going to address all of the issues that Ms. Weisberg raises. I just want to talk about the trucks, if I may, and the double parking. We have not guaranteed that there will never be double parking on Park Avenue. We said that we would limit unnecessary deliveries. They have attached some photographs showing trucks. I can't say who these trucks are delivering for. In fact, I'm going to give you some documents. I have a copy from Ms. Weisberg. I just got these this morning. And interestingly, one of the documents in here is a bill of lading because a couple of years ago a truck pulls out to deliver beer, was it? Deliver beer in front of, and we knew it wasn't ours. And we knew we were going to get slammed for this. And my client asked the driver, let me see a copy of your delivery receipt, and it was for the restaurant on 63rd Street. There are delivery trucks in front of the building at 583 across the street, delivery trucks that clearly are for commercial establishments. They're not going into 583, and they're going to other businesses in the area.
So since you raised the issue of parking and deliveries, well, how would you address the cone issue where the cones are set out and they're, I mean, I think they made a pretty compelling case that the black SUV that's parked there really is owned by Mr. Rose and not by the church, and yet the car has a clergy permit that's only allowed under the laws to be used by a clergy of that church. So part of that is that because it's cut off, that delivery trucks, maybe they could pull into the curb, but with that
Let me first,
situation.
I'll answer that. But
Sure.
first, I just want to give you photographs, and this is just photographs of other delivery trucks. These are not ours. These are on Park Avenue. It is legal for a delivery truck for, I think, 15, 20 minutes to park on Park Avenue for deliveries, and this happens all over. Now, we have tried to limit it, and even if you accept their 3 or 4 photographs over 2+ years, we have limited it. Again, stipulation doesn't say it can never happen. We don't have complete control over Park Avenue. But let me give you this, and this also includes the bill of lading I referred to. There is no parking directly in front of the church. I think the cones are there to make sure people don't because, as you know, a lot of people don't care what the signs say, and they park anyway. The sign that Mr. Rose has a parking garage right in the area, and that's where he parks. If there are occasion when his car is there, it is not a city-issued permit. He puts something in the window because he doesn't want people in the area to see a car parked there and think it's legal. So if they see a car temporarily there with this permit.
Well, look, I mean, I think they made a pretty compelling case that that car with that registration and that permit do not match. The permit is for a clergy, a member of the church.
It's not a clergy. We don't use that permit.
It's not a clergy permit.
What permit is that?
It's a placard that the church gives out to cars that. Sorry. It's not a clergy permit. I'd never heard of clergy permits until Ms. Weisberg brought it up. We researched this. The church had applied for clergy permits, unbeknownst to us. What the church has been doing over the years is providing little placards that they'll give to people visiting the church to park temporarily. There's a lady who works in the reading room who gets one. Because this church does not have what the state defines as clergy, they've never been able to obtain a clergy permit. That's why they were denied the clergy permit. So they've had these, and so the doorman, when my car pulls up, and incidentally, my car is not a black SUV. That was a mistake, because I don't know who they give them to, but the doorman will give it to a car, and then the car, is that way other people don't start trying to take that spot.
What does the permit say?
It says Third Church of Christ Scientist Parking Permit 2014. It has nothing to do with any official business. It's not from the state. It's printed by them.
I mean, that's clearly a no parking area, right?
It's a parking area for the church.
But, I mean, are there posted city signs that say no parking?
Yes, sir. There's 2 signs that say.
Right. So to say that you need to put cones there because people
the other
will
church
just
puts
park
cones there. Every house of worship does, because people just roll in and park. And particularly if we're going to have an event, it's a very important way for cars to pull in and get out of traffic. So there will be times where we'll put the car there so that no one takes the spot if we're going to have a big event. But as Mr. Bernstein said, my garage is literally on 63rd Street. I have a letter that my car goes in and out of that garage all day long, and it's very rarely there. This is simply something the doorman will throw in front of anyone who's coming to visit the church, just so that there's no problems.
What we are seeking today is to extend the number of events to what's the number? I forgot. To a total from 120 to a total of 150 events with a maximum of 900 patrons. And a few reasons why we are requesting that. One is, I think we've established that over for the past 2 years it has been a proven and responsible operator without any significant issues as established by the letters that we have submitted. We have proved that we can have events with 600 without any noticeable or discernible difference from the events for 300. It's not as if we've been getting complaints, or the monitor or the security company or the precinct have been getting complaints, or the authority has been getting complaints for the 600-person events and not for the 300. The split that the authority imposed over 2 years ago, I don't think is any longer necessary. We've shown that we can accommodate the larger amount. And because we don't have the social events, and because most of what we do is fundraising, as I said, it is difficult when we tell them you can only have 300 guests when it's in their vested interest to increase it. So even if they book for 300, it's very difficult to then limit them to that amount.
So the part of the restrictions were 75 events to have under 300 patrons, 45 events to have under 600. Are you asking to remove those restrictions?
Yes, so what we're asking for is just 150.
So we're 150 events, and every one could have 900 guests?
They could, but I don't think that they will, because a lot of these events are booked for smaller amounts. A lot of them are booked for 400. So you may have an event for 400 or 500. Clearly, based upon their history, people aren't booking events for 400 because we tell them you can only have 600. They're booking for 400 because that's what they want. So, yeah, there still is going to be some market for those smaller events, but we don't want to have the two-tier limit. I think we have shown and demonstrated that we can adhere to the larger amount, and that it was a great test for 2.5 years, or a little over 2 years, and I think we've met that test. So that is what we are requesting. And at this point, I won't respond to all of the other issues. I'll respond to those that you would like me to address. And we do have the sergeant here, if he can be heard.
All right. You've told us what he would say, that there haven't been any issues, correct?
Well, I'd rather he say it directly.
But can I ask you, so on the menu here, there's under American Caviar, there's a chilled vodka on the menu?
That is a decorative piece. It is not opened, it is not sold, served, or consumed. It is. Yeah, it's not there anymore. It's not there anymore. Okay.
It was there. It wasn't.
It's not anymore. I'm sorry. So, many years ago, when we had the liquor license, It's an ice sculpture that has little slots for bottles of vodka to go in. It just did not get removed. When we addressed the liquor issue, we went just to the beverage portion of our menus. We haven't sold, well, first of all, they only go to weddings and bar mitzvahs at Bayam, which we don't have many of. And it simply was an oversight in not pulling it off the menu. But we have never sold it or served it under the beer and wine license.
No, we'll hear you. Go on.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Sergeant Matera. I am the Training and Traffic Safety Sergeant of the 19th Precinct. I am the reviewing officer. I sign all of the police accident reports. I'm also the custodian of copies of all of these summonses that are written in the 19th Precinct. I have 7 officers that are dedicated to enforcing traffic in the 19th Precinct. We cover from 59th Street all the way up to 96th Street, from the sidewalk that abuts the wall of Central Park all the way to the East River. 5 of those officers enforce the state vehicle and traffic law. 2 of the officers enforce the New York City parking regulations. I was asked to do a analysis of the 311 complaints at 583 Park Avenue. For the last 2 years, since December of 2012, there were only 6 complaints at that location. None of those complaints resulted in any summonses being written. One of the complaints was regarding illegally parked motorcycles in front, which are very common along Park Avenue, not just at 583 Park, but all along Park Avenue. And I know because in the summertime I drive around with a flatbed truck and I take those motorcycles to the pound. So I know it's much further up and down Park Avenue that I find those motorcycles and scooters. In addition, in regards to the 311 complaints, so the complaints were either marked as unfounded, as if the officers arrived and didn't see anything going on, or they were marked what we call non-crime corrected. There was some minor incident, and the officers corrected it without having to take any enforcement action. In regards to the double parking of commercial vehicles, that is pretty common all throughout the precinct, throughout the Upper East Side, not just in front of 583 Park Avenue. Under the New York City traffic rules, double parking of commercial vehicles is allowed under certain circumstances, provided that curbside parking is legal. A commercial vehicle can double park for up to 3 hours to load and unload as long as the period of inactivity does not exceed 30 minutes. So, for example, the workers don't go inside for more than 30 minutes to situate the boxes inside the warehouse or wherever they're going. So long as they're actively loading and unloading, they're allowed to double park for up to 3 hours. And that's all throughout the 19th Precinct, from 96th Street all the way down to 59th Street. We see it all the time. It does cause traffic problems, but it is lawful as long as they stay within those parameters. And in the 2 years that I've been in my position, I've never once had to direct my officers to 583 Park Avenue. I've never received any phone calls, no community complaints, or any issues that needed to be corrected have not come across my desk. I didn't even hear about this address until yesterday when I was asked to look at the 311 complaints and do a little bit of research on it.
Ms. Weisberg argues in her submission to the board that there aren't many 311 complaints because she says basically it's ineffective because the gap of time between the complaint being submitted and the follow-up by the NYPD discourages people from filing those complaints. If there's a noise or a traffic situation, her argument is by the time somebody looks into it, it's run its course. How would you rate the validity of that argument?
I would say that is true to some extent. We do have to we have limited resources, and we have to prioritize our response. For example, if a burglary complaint comes over or a robbery complaint comes over, naturally we have to go to those complaints first. We have to respond to any 911 complaints prior to any 311 complaints. Some complaints they are referred, but if something comes over, they do get knocked down to the bottom of the list. However, I am the person responsible for auditing the chronic locations. And by chronic, we would say that's more than 5 or more complaints in a 28-day period. And if I go through the complaints and I see a chronic location, I call the complainant back and I ask them, hey, can you tell me what's going on? And then if I see that the problem's not being resolved, then I personally direct my 7 dedicated officers to go to that location to respond. So I haven't seen any. Certainly, if this had come across as chronic, I would have immediately caught it and I would have taken action and I would have personally directed one of my 7 officers to respond to that location to address the condition.
Can you give an example of what one of the chronic places in the precinct would be?
Yeah, I'll give you, there is an apartment building, I think it's on 75th Street. They have a curb cut that extends from, they have a little cul-de-sac that goes into the building, and then there's a parking garage to the left of it. They have a curb cut that extends from the cul-de-sac to the end of the parking garage. Now the problem is there's about 15 or 16 feet of space where that cul-de-sac ends and the parking garage begins, but there's still a curb cut there. So the building thinks that that's their driveway, when in reality it's not, right? Because we don't just exclusively go by the curb cut, we go by if the vehicle is parked in front of the driveway. And we went out there, I caught that, went to the location, spoke to the doorman who kept calling, and he had the maintenance worker come out with a length of tape, and before he measured it, I said, if this is 15 or 16 feet, it's a parking spot. And he pulled it out, 16 feet. It was exactly 16 feet. So, but they kept calling about it because people kept parking there. But I went out there and I said, hey, this is a parking spot, curb cut or not. It's not in front of your cul-de-sac and it's not in front of the parking garage. So the complaints subsided after that.
All right, thank you.
There are a number of other charges that are made in the opposition. I think I discount so many of those, and I've addressed some of those in my letter. I will wait and reply as is necessary to any questions that you have.
All right, we'll hear from the opposition.
Oh, Barry's here. Where's Barry? Sorry, our independent monitor that is appointed by the authority.
No, it's okay. Good morning.
Good morning. Make it brief, please, because we've taken a lot of time with this and there's lots of folks here.
Yes, on submission, every month I provide an affirmation or an affidavit of what I've witnessed or my investigator monitors are witnessing and counting. And my submissions speak for themselves that with the exception of one event in the course that I've been a monitor at this location since June of 2013, they've all been in compliance with the numbers, with the one event, Kate Spade, going over by 23 attendees over the 600 mark. What I can also attest to my own personal observations out there, because I do monitor personally, is there has never been a red carpet situation. There's never been photographs outside. There's never been an unruly crowd outside. In fact, the Rose Group has 2 or 3 doormen, traffic control, uniformed employees that actually usher the cars away pretty quickly from that curb lane. It's drop and go. They keep 3 doors open on the front of their venue to accommodate all the guests coming in from 3 doors, so we don't have a lineup blocking the street. And from that vantage point, our monitors, our investigators, and myself click in the number of guests and report that directly back to the State Liquor Authority and the various attorneys.
Thank you. All right, we'll hear from the opposition now.
Good morning, Chairman Rosen and Commissioners Green and Kim. Good morning. There's a long history here. We've been before you many times. Commissioner Kim is due to the situation. The presentation that you just heard ignores the fact that this is a commercial catering hall in a residential neighborhood. Mr. Bernstein says the conditions that you fashioned are unprecedented. Well, it is unprecedented to have a commercial catering hall in a residential neighborhood. And while it's not for us today to go into why or how that happened, the fact is that it is an incompatible use with the neighborhood, and therefore there are conditions. The presentation also ignores the history, because we have been before you and shown you photographs when there were events on a regular basis of 600, 700, 800 people. And there was a terrible disturbance in the neighborhood. And there is nothing, I think, that guarantees that we won't be going back to exactly that same situation that the community was suffering from. We're told that the Rose Group is a good neighbor, that they've abided by the conditions. I think we've demonstrated in our papers that that is open to very serious question. I have a number of people from the community who can speak to that. I just heard the monitor, Mr. Meyerson, said they've never had a red carpet event. In my letter of the 28th, I annex photographs showing photographers taking photos of some people last week in connection with an event. So there is a lot of history. We've told you in the past about the 311 calls and why people get frustrated and stop calling. So we don't think that's evidence. But the most important thing is, even if everything the Rose Group is saying is accurate, that they have complied with the conditions, why should they be changed? Chairman, I'm not going to quote from Shakespeare, but if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We were not happy when the wine and beer license was granted, as you well know. You imposed the conditions, and the community thought we would give it a chance. You, Chairman Wilson, specifically said, I could call Mike Jones if there was a problem, but you didn't want to hear from us about every little issue. And we took that very seriously. And as a sign of the community's good faith, we have tried to live with the situation. We did not come here and challenge the renewal license. We were trying to live with it. But we think that any change in the conditions at this point will make life again intolerable. We do not see any basis that was offered for a change in the conditions other than they want more. They always want more. The community board voted 40-2 to keep the conditions as is. That means that some community board members who have previously supported the Rose Group voted against this because they said the conditions work, don't change them. There is no good reason to change it. So unless you have other questions of me, what I would like to do is we have a number of members of the community here. Some of them could not be here today because of the change in date. And I do have a letter from one of the community residents about a disturbance from a large event. I also have some photographs. In our papers, we talked about a disabled resident who was unable to park where the cones are, although he has a right to do that under New York law. This past Wednesday, 2 days ago, he tried to park there, again had a problem, was told he could not park there. And I have some photographs, and if I may hand them up, and I have copies from Mr. Bernstein, just to add to the record of that. But I think in sum, the Rose Group has not been a good neighbor. They have disregarded the community. And by the way, Mr. Bernstein says that he knows of no rule that they had to post notices of the community board hearings. Well, I have, and I'd be glad to hand this up, an email from the Rose Group to the community board submitting the photographs of the postings they did do, as well as the community board rules on posting, which were violated. So with your permission, I'd like to hand this up, and unless there are questions, hand it over to members of the community.
I have one question. You wrote in your letter on the 21st that you write on behalf of the Preservation Coalition. Who are the members of the Preservation Coalition?
Preservation Coalition is a somewhat loose, broad-based community coalition. The buildings, the residents that are here today are from at least 6 buildings. There may be more, I'm not sure. It's 116 East 63rd, 125 East 63rd, 550 Park, 563 Park, 570 Park, 580 Park. I know
They're here to represent the building or as residents individually?
In both situations, and sometimes it's individual, sometimes it's the building as a whole. There were some other buildings that there was nobody available. One was 555 Park, the board president was out of town, otherwise she would have been here. In some cases, we actually have the board presidents here, or other board members.
Thank you.
If I may.
Give it to me. Thanks.
With your permission, I would like.
Yeah, we'll hear from them, but I'm going to ask you to try to keep your comments brief. That's directed at all the speakers because we've got a full room, and I don't want us to go really, really late with all these people here. So just right to the point, please.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Chairman Rosen, Commissioner Green, Commissioner Kim, all here. Thank you for hearing my comments today. Well, I'm not speaking on behalf of Community Board 8 or representing them today. I am a member of that board, and as such had the opportunity to see the original prospectus presented by the Rose Group to the church and others in the early stages of their effort to recruit investors for this project.
Could you give your name for the record? I'm not
Michelle
sure.
Birnbaum.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. It was clear from that prospectus, the original prospectus, that the Rose Group was embarking on a business venture that had little regard for church and community.
Yeah, I've got to ask you to spare us the history
Okay.
and get to the point now as to what's going on
Well,
now.
the point now, so from my perspective, and aware of preservation and concerned for what residents in residential communities have to face when commercial entities open in their area, I will just go to my last paragraph that says, as enforcement of these conditions that have been imposed is very difficult, requiring constant monitoring, and because the Rose Group has shown itself to be in breach in the past, and because mitigation of these adverse conditions can only happen after the fact, thus giving the community no immediate relief, I ask that you turn down the Rose Group's request for permission to have more events and more attendees, and that you restrict their activities further so as to make enforcement immediate and more likely.
All right, thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Mary Davis. I'm the president of the board at 570 Park Avenue. I'd like to represent the entire board of the building in saying that we're in opposition to a change in the agreement as it is now. This is not about compliance with what has happened to date. This is about change going forward, and we're against changing. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
With us for a moment.
Sure.
I'm representing 116 East 63rd Street. I have to tell you that none of these people who talked about the situation mentioned the people who live around that church and have to deal with a big change in the neighborhood. And they also talked about what is going on without the liquor. I mean, what happens when 600 people are drinking and come out and try to get home? Where do they park anyway? And I want you to know that we have been through a lot. I've been living there for 43 years, and we've had a subway built there, and we've all survived. But this has been an awful blow to us. And I don't think that just because they represent people who are doing good works in the community should allow them to have the breaks that they have. And it's a landmark area. What is happening to it? Why are they allowed to do the things they do? And I would say that the street, East 63rd Street, sometimes narrows down to one lane. And it's horns blowing. And they take up a lot of room, those trucks that deliver tables and so on. And there's a lot of noise connected with them. And it's changed the street, and it's changed the neighborhood. And I certainly want people to have a good time, and I'm happy about it. But this has been an ordeal for the people who live where I live. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
While the next speaker is walking up, I just do want to add one thing. We heard about the deliveries and the claim that they're for the other venues in the area. My understanding is that there was a restaurant across the street, and it's been closed for some number of months, and perhaps even close to a year at this point. So there is nothing else there with respect to any recent deliveries.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Katya Chapin. I represent 125 East 63rd Street. And I just wanted to read...
When you say you represent the building, are you an officer in a co-op
No.
association? In what way do you represent the building?
I live there, and I have spoken in behalf of the building.
So you've spoken to all the residents, and they've asked you to come here on their behalf?
Yes, that's
okay.
right. I just wanted to reiterate what the lady before me said, because we're on the north side of 63rd between Park and Lexington, and it's not only the inconvenience of having all the trucks, they're using the whole sidewalk as a landing area. There are chairs that get left there on their way in. There are big tables. There are waiters and waitresses who mill around and talk. You can't go through. It's impossible sometimes to go right through the sidewalk. So I think allowing the Rose Group to bring any more people would not only be a terrible disturbance for the neighborhood, but quite frankly, it represents a certain danger when you have to go out in the street to get down the sidewalk because the whole sidewalk is blocked up. Thank you.
Can I ask you one question?
Oh, sorry.
They don't have events there on a daily basis. They have about a dozen events a month. So you're talking about at most a dozen days where you can't walk through the sidewalk?
It seems a lot more to me, but I've never sat and counted it. But yes.
Ms. Weisberg has the numbers of the events that they have.
I think we've made the point in prior hearings that just because you have an event on one day does not mean that the setup and the knockdown doesn't occur over more than one day. We submitted some photographs in my letter that I sent in on Wednesday of leftover black bags sitting out on the street on Sunday afternoon from an event on Saturday night. So even if there are only 12 events, and I think we cited one period of time when there were about 12 or 14 events within a very short period, it's not just the event itself, it's the time, the setup time and the knockdown time, and that can span more than one day.
You have your chance. All right, thank you. Anyone else?
Good morning. I'm Lydia Hatshepsut, and I'm on the board of 125 East, the same building, Park
Sorry, what is the building?
It's 125 East 63rd Street. I just want to say I agree with everything Katya Chapin said.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Chakome Habibi. I'm a resident at 570 Park Avenue and a member of the board of directors, and I'm also an architect. Today, Rose Group is asking you to grant them a license to increase their number of events to 150 per year and 900 people per event. This volume and frequency is consistent with large commercial hospitality establishments, such as hotels. However, hotels are designed to support the required level of service activities for such volume of functions. They are designed to support this kind of activity and function, and by that I mean that the service function of deliveries and pickups are internal to the building structure. For example, the Regency Hotel, 1 block down the street from the church, has a service alley on 61st Street that takes the delivery trucks behind the building and onto their internal loading dock. So the delivery and service trucks do not load or unload on the street and create congestion or otherwise adversely affect the neighborhood. However, the Church of Christ the Scientist was designed as a church, so it has no service alley, and therefore all deliveries and pickups for the Rose Group have to take place externally on 63rd Street and Park Avenue at times. In essence, Rose Group has been using 63rd Street and parts of Park Avenue as its private service alley, which is really missing as a part of the structure in the church. By externalizing this function of service and delivery, which is generally an internal part of a hospitality establishment, the Rose Group has in effect transferred the cost of the lack of appropriate service infrastructure at the Church of Christ the Scientist to the neighborhood and its residents in the form of traffic congestion, noise, and general reduction of quality of life. Therefore, I respectfully request that you deny the proposal to increase the capacity of the Rose Group operation, and in the view of the lack of appropriate infrastructure to accommodate the necessary service function to support the volume of events proposed and currently engaged in by Rose Group, to revoke their existing permits as well. Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Bernard Leventhal, resident of 580 Park. I'll be brief. One of the most important actions that great cities such as Paris, London, and New York take is to continuously preserve their historically famous residential areas. This commercial venture, disguised as a Trojan horse from its beginning, keeps trying to batter the walls of our peaceful neighborhood. As individual citizens, we rely on government agencies such as yourself to protect us against powerful and well-financed interests. Please help us make this group understand that the definition of no does not change. Thank you.
My name is Sarah Smythe, and I was asked to be here by two members of the board of 116 East 63rd Street because they couldn't come. I just wanted to remind the board that East 63rd Street is the western egress of both the 59th Street Bridge and the FDR Drive. It's a very heavily trafficked street anyway. Very frequently, when there are events, a traffic lane is blocked completely by parked limos and town cars. And with all due respect to the 19th Precinct, when I have called them directly, not 311, but the precinct, what they have told me, and I quote, is, "You are not very high on our priority list." The only way I've gotten those things to move is to go down and try and start taking down their license numbers. And what happens then is that the limo drivers and the town car drivers go around the block, the policeman arrives or the meter person arrives, there are no cars there, 20 minutes later they're back. And 63rd Street is down to one lane, and it's dangerous and it's incredibly loud. And it sounds to me as though the Rose Group is asking you for a prize for its compliance. If I don't get a parking ticket for 2 years, the DOT doesn't reward me by saying now you can park in, a no parking zone. That's all I wanted to say.
Good morning. My name is Kathy Gordon, and I'm a resident at 570 Park Avenue. In addition to the issue of the car traffic, the sidewalk traffic that several people have alluded to is if on between Madison and Park on the north side of the street, there is a new nursery school. On Lexington Avenue, on the north and south side of 63rd Street, there are subway stops. And on 3rd Avenue, on the north side of the street, is the Food Emporium, which is the local grocery store that most people use. So not only do you have the car traffic, you have 4- and 5-year-olds with their parents going back and forth to school on the same side of the street that the church is on. And you have residents on their way to and from the grocery store. And when trucks are being unloaded, everybody is dodging each other and tables and cases, sometimes cables. It can be a very crowded section of the sidewalk.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman Rosen, in the interest of time, we'll just have one more speaker, but I would ask after that speaker that everybody who's here in opposition stands, just so you can.
Yeah, that's fine.
Chairman Rosen, Commissioner Green, and Commissioner Kim. My name is Susan Relier. I have been, with my husband, a resident of 580 Park for 23 years, and I'm currently president of the board. And I also lived for 18 years before this at 116 East 63rd Street. So I know the area very well and what has happened. This, as other speakers have said, is a residentially zoned neighborhood. And when the application was first made to bring this catering operation, it was to the city for permits as if this were an accessory use of the church, which it is not. This is completely a commercial venue, and I'm just going to highlight a few things that were mentioned. One, regarding 311. When this activity started and there were large events or the things that you've heard mentioned, residents did call 311. But 311 has, and the polite recipient of the call will tell you, there is the local precinct will respond within an 8-hour period. Well, by any time within that 8-hour period, the event is over, the hunking has stopped, whatever it is you're calling about doesn't exist anymore. And when this came up before Community Board 8, there were members of the board that agreed with that and said, yes, they'd experienced the same thing in their neighborhoods with different things. And so neighbors gave up on calling 311. And it's also for the catering operation to say that because there are no 311 calls, it is an indication that there is no community objection. They've placed a double burden. Number one, if we create horn honking and noise or whatever, you have the double burden of having to report it, and if you don't report it, then it doesn't exist. So we are here before you to tell you that these complaints are real. I just want to mention, there has been mention in the literature about the occupancy of the building as being, I think, something like 1,390 or whatever it is. When this building was built and when the Christian Science Church was in its heyday, built in 1923, and then in its heyday of the 1950s and 60s when they really had a lot of people coming, they were quietly coming in to be congregants at a church service, sitting in pews. There were not trucks delivering beverages, food, decorations, and whatnot for events that were happening. People filtered in and out of the building, and that was what it was intended for. The Armory, which is a few blocks north, occupies a full city block between Park Avenue and Lexington, and their loading is done in a commercially zoned loading area on Lexington Avenue. And then finally, other clubs and venues, which in the past have been cited as having large events, don't. There is a similar Delano and Aldridge building on 62nd and Park. It is a women's club to which I belong, and I even happen to be on the dance committee. We have 2 large dinner dances a year, one of 440 people in December and one of 220 people in May. The club has about an average of 12 weddings a year. Apparently on a good year, it could be up to 17 or 18, a bad year, fewer. The average attendance at those weddings is 200, 220, give or take. Some may be larger. But there is no other activity around here that has the number of events that are currently happening or that are proposed. So I just would end by saying 600 already is a very large number. To grant permission to have 150 events of up to 900 participants each would just totally exacerbate what you've already been listening to. And on behalf of 580 Park, we urge you to please disapprove this application.
Thank you.
If I would just ask everybody who's here in opposition. Oh, Norton, did you want to speak?
Excuse me for taking 1 second. Mr. Chairman, I'm the president of the board at 563 Park, and I have a fellow director with me, Mrs. Arias. I just simply want to record that we too oppose the changes.
Thank you.
I can just ask everybody who's in opposition to stand, because not all of you have spoken.
Okay, maybe 20 people, would you say?
12, 16, 23.
Keep standing.
Okay. All right, 25, 30 people then?
And just as I noted, there were a number of people who would have been here.
I understand. I'm sure. So we've got maybe in the low 20-something people. Okay, thank you. Mr. Bernstein, we'll hear from you. One of the issues, one of the arguments that's been made that I'd like you to address is, I know you've made the argument here and you've amplified it in your papers with examples where you talk about the uniqueness in your view of this situation with these limitations that were imposed. But other venues that do have events for 800 or 900 people, can you cite names of those that are in a similarly situated residential area? The argument has been made that generally these kinds of venues are in more commercial zones, a Midtown hotel, for example. Can you give us venues that have 900 people coming to commercial events where alcohol is sold that are in comparable neighborhoods?
I have the names of some of the larger venues. I frankly don't have their addresses.
Okay, could you step up, please, and speak into the microphone and give us examples of venues, their size, and the streets that they're on, so that we have an idea that a venue can function at the level you're requesting in a residential area, in a venue also that, again, wasn't originally designed for this, not like a hotel where you have receiving areas built into the building, as was pointed out.
Mr. Chairman, I can speak from experience.
Could you state your name, please?
Herbert Rose. And I was director of catering at the Pierre Hotel for 25 years. Pierre is on 5th Avenue and 61st Street, which was primarily a residential area. It still is. There's a residence across the street, 800 5th. To the other side is an apartment building and the Sherry Nevelin, an apartment hotel. The Pierre has functions over 1,000. It has no alleyway for deliveries. It has a door on the street just like 583 Park. It has a narrow street that traffic flows from the 59th, from the Koch Bridge onto that street. It has functioned that way since 1929. It is one of the highest priced pieces of real estate in New York. The apartments in the building sell for the tens of millions of dollars. It's a 5-star hotel. There is traffic, there are deliveries. All of that and there's a brand new apartment building across the street, the Carlton House. None of it is a problem. None of it causes any difficulty. For years, I was director of catering at the St. Regis, very active catering facility, no alleyway, not truly a residential area like the Pierre, but just a door where people park and come in, where the waiters come in and out. All these things are absolutely normal in the vast majority of hotels. The only hotels that have internal facilities, as the architect from 570 mentioned, are brand new hotels. Older buildings were not built that way. And they practically are non-existent in New York. And the Regency, speaking of the Regency, which is in the area, the Regency is one of the biggest traffic blocks in New York. The whole world knows it. It's famous for it, but it's New York. I mean, I'm sympathetic to our opponents that they would like no change to take place. I'm somewhat of a reactionary myself. But that isn't how the world works. That isn't how a city stays alive. It isn't how a city grows. If you want to live in a museum city, such as Venice or Machu Picchu or something, well, that's one thing. But New York is a living place, and progress does involve some traffic and some deliveries. But I know that my sons have done the utmost to minimize the inconvenience to the neighbors and have been as sensitive to their complaints as it is possible to be.
All right, thank you.
And the Armory is thousands of people.
Armory is thousands of people. I think Capital downtown, there are a number of small residential buildings in that area around Chinatown as well. I do want to point out that though this is a residential area, the space has gone through the process and it is zoned for the current use that was confirmed by a court. The Regency Hotel and Park Avenue Cafe are in the same zoning. Those are commercial uses as well. I spoke to our monitor, and he suggested something that I'd like to offer to you, and that is for any event over 600, we would have 2 monitors present. He said it's hard for one person to count, but we would have 2 monitors present. With respect to the issue with 311, I still think calling 311 certainly creates a record. If the precinct is not responsive, I am sure that the authority would be responsive if the authority received calls. What we will also do is give them a hotline. We'll give them a number because they're not calling us. So if someone claims that there are chairs or there's crowding on the street, which my client tells me really does not happen, but if they have a problem with that, we will give them a hotline number, let them contact us, and we can try to get someone to address it or look into it immediately. With respect to not calling the authority, Ms. Weisberg said something that I think is telling. She said that she was directed not to call for little issues. Well, if that's why she hasn't called, then what we're hearing is that all they have is little issues. There is no substantial issue that has arisen the past 2+ years that would warrant a call to this authority. With respect to the traffic, I don't know what else we can say about that. Going east-west or west-east in Manhattan midday, most of those crosstown streets are limited to 1, and I've given you photographs of trucks. I think I may have misspoke and said it was parked in front of 583. Trucks are often parked in front of 580. I do want to address the red carpet since that was a specific stipulation. A red carpet event is where you have stanchions, a red carpet, a backdrop, you invite photographers, you have an event. That is not what happened. In this one instance, and it was one instance, an actress, I forgot who it was, Julianne Moore, got out of a car to go into the premises, and there were paparazzi that caught her and started taking pictures. The event wasn't an event. The episode lasted 1 minute. It took for her to go from the curb inside, and someone happened to snap a picture. So we can't prevent that from happening, but we do not have red carpet events. Those have not occurred, and that has not been a violation.
All right. Yes, but very briefly.
I just want to address one inaccuracy. This district is not zoned for commercial catering. The zoning has not been confirmed. This is a residentially zoned district. by reason of a lawsuit brought under the Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act and hiding behind the church, a federal court told the city that it could not enforce the zoning resolution against this venue because it was primarily for the church. We've since learned it is not primarily for the church, but the decision stands. So the zoning was and is a residential neighborhood. A commercial catering hall is not permitted in a residential neighborhood in the city of New York, and it is because their uses are incompatible. One last thing. Mr. Bernstein said, because I didn't keep on calling and they must be small things, there's a cumulative effect. And maybe we wouldn't be here if they didn't ask to change the conditions. But again, the conditions have held.
That's all going on, yeah. All right.
Okay. Thank you.
I want to have an executive session with counsel for a moment.
Mr. Bernstein, just quickly, the deliveries and pickups limited to special times in the original agreement, what were those special times, you know?
7 a.m. and 9 p.m.
7 a.m. and 9 p.m.?
After 9 p.m. and not before 7 a.m.
All right. Any other comments? Are we ready to vote? All right. We'll vote.
For me, even when the application came before us, my concern was how frequent the events take place on a weekly basis. So I really want to keep to the 120 because I don't want to see multiple events happening very frequently along a week span because I think that's more of an inconvenience. But I'm willing to go up with the number of 900, but specifically for 10 events for the year, not for the entire 120 events. So I would be willing to go up to 900.
And would the balance be at 600? Would the balance of events of the year then be at 600?
No, still the proportion of the 45 would be 300, and the remainder, oh no, I believe 75 is under 300.
If I can just address one point, which Mr. Rose can probably address better, but when they have multiple events during the week, that doesn't mean they're getting deliveries every day. Often deliveries can come one day and can then serve the purpose of multiple events. So it doesn't necessarily create any of the issues that they've expressed concerns about. We haven't heard any concerns about noise. The concern about people on the street, really, there's nothing there. Really what it comes down to is, if you distill everything that they said as trucks, and having, whether you have 2 events or 3 or 4 events during the week, it's not necessarily going to increase that traffic. So I understand what you're saying, but just want to make sure.
So you're saying that if you're having 10, for instance, 5 or 6 events in a week's time, that's only going to allow for one day to present all the materials you need for that event, even though there's multiple events occurring in 70 days.
And one event is for 300 and one event's for 550?
That is correct. That is correct.
And you only have deliveries for one day before and one day after?
Other than the florist maybe coming in. That would be it. We have it all internally. We have a huge wine room. We have huge walk-ins. Everything comes on in. We try to make it all come in at once. Also to this point, when a client guarantees us 200 people, and we've been following the numbers, we're only allowed 45 and 75, and all of a sudden those parties are booked, and then then 302 people show up, as you'll see on some of our numbers. We've just lost one of those 45 events. It's very difficult, as you can see from the World of Children letter and from the 800-person one, for us to get the information from our clients. And we're not going to, we can't say, oh, you're in a 300 category. These 50 people that are showing up have to now stand outside and talk about a scene on the sidewalk. They can't come in. It just doesn't really work with catering and the way it works with what the guests say.
When you have a contract with a party, are you not making them aware of the limit?
We do.
Okay.
But they do a minimum guarantee, and we try by financial incentives to get them to tell us, give us as many people as you're going to have up front so that we can gauge it and we'll give you a lower price. But in some cases, you'll see that they've guaranteed us 400 guests and only 350 people show up. But the real problem happens when a lot of people want to show up. Hey, we sold a lot more tickets. It's very clear that they can fit them in, and they'll say, or they don't even tell us. We sometimes have to bring tables. We own all the tables and all the chairs, so those aren't being delivered.
So even if you have 900, if we approve 900 is your maximum number, what if they have 950? What would you do in that situation?
No. We
doesn't that occur with the
300? Just like the 880, if we had caught the 623, we would have stopped it. In the last 7 years of our operation, we can count between 600 and 1,000, maybe 20 parties. So this idea that we're going to now have 900 people every night, there isn't a venue in the city that can do that. And it's certainly not our plan. This is so that the weight of losing our beer and wine license isn't constantly on us. This is a real juggling act. And the 2-tier system makes it even more difficult for us. We're not going to turn away a 200-person party, but what's going to happen is that 200-person party in our 75 category may go to 350. And then our 45-person category is going to get knocked. And what if we've sold all those? That's what we turn parties away, we turn events away, to try to stop that. And it's just unfortunate. You'll see there was the Monitor report 302. Well, we just lost that out of the 75 category, and it goes into the 45. Not that it changed anything about the deliveries, not that it changes anything about what's going on in the venue. I mean, this is really, if you listen to everybody, it's all coming down to deliveries. The production company has now got everything in-house. We no longer use Frost Productions. It's Gala Productions specific just to the venue.
So you say is the sound system always there?
Days, never changes.
Yeah.
None of that stuff.
So what gets delivered? Just the food?
Flowers, food, wine and beer. That's really it.
All the tables and chairs are always there?
We own all the tables and chairs now.
And they're there at the church?
They're there at the church. On an occasion, I know Delta prefers these leather chairs. We hire a security person, we have the backside doorman, and we do not let them dump anything onto the sidewalk.
So on occasion you are delivering chairs?
On a rare occasion. We have the gold Chivalry ballroom chairs that everyone wants.
So if the events get increased to 900, everything is still done in-house?
That's correct.
And you're only getting deliveries for any particular...
Yes, ma'am.
But what is that particular situation that you get deliveries for?
Flowers. Usually the day of, flowers show up. I mean, that's the most...
But you get flowers. Like, if you're having an event for 7 days, I mean, this is an extreme case, but if you're having an event for 7 days, you're only getting a flower delivery once that week?
One event for 7 days?
No, you're having an event each day.
Yes.
For a 7-day work week is probably 5 events during that week. You're getting one delivery for flowers for every event.
There would be a delivery every day. There would be a delivery every day for that.
And you're going to get food every day, obviously.
Food we can have come in mass and put down in
So
the
when you
walk-ins.
have events that are 3 times a week, you're getting deliveries for each of those events.
A florist will show, I mean, if they have
One
flowers.
time during that whole week?
Yeah, at one point during the day, they're going to pull up in the loading zone, which is right along adjacent to our building.
Florist
It is
and
a
food,
loading
right?
zone, not
Food,
not
too. You're not going to
traffic
use the same food for 3 days.
No, we bring in, if we're going to have...
But each day, each event's going to have...
We can hold 1,000, 1,500 steaks in our freezer. So the food comes in, it goes into the refrigeration, it goes down into massive refrigeration systems that we have. And so we're not going to keep getting, every day there's 300 people, we're not going to have 300 pieces of beef delivered every day. So all of it comes in, all the vegetable, everything comes in at once. And then it flushes out, and then maybe on Monday a whole another large delivery will show up, and it flushes out. But it's not constant.
May I?
And I think if you look at those photographs that we provided, the Park Avenue Cafe, 575, they're not even using the loading zone. They're using the lane of traffic. It seems to be okay for when they want to do it, but when we do it, it's just not really fair.
All right, let's hear from Ms. Weisberg very quickly.
I think what Mr. Rose just said, and I'm sure he would love this publicity, is they serve week-old salad at their events. I mean, there's salad, there's fish, there are all kinds of things that you can't, as a steak, just stick in the freezer. So there are multiple deliveries. I also think Mr. Rose just said something very telling. He said he needs something to compensate for the loss of his liquor license. Well, guess what? He decided to establish a business 60 feet from a church.
We know that. Okay, thank you. All right, so are you sticking with your vote?
I still vote to have just those 10 events at 900.
Okay.
You're still getting deliveries, I'm sure. I know you represent that it's only one time during that week, but I'm still adamant about the fact of having all of this commotion during the week for your events. No matter, I think it's even going to an edge for me, just increasing it to the 900. But the reason I chose to do that was because you have been cooperating with the stipulations. Your attorney did reach out to us when the event was scheduled to be over. And I think that should be taken into consideration to increase. But the flow of that street on 63rd and Park has been doing at least tolerable for the residents there. Increasing the number along with the number of events, I think, will set that off keel. So,
Commissioner, if I just come back to this, if you'd allow me, if we agree to the 10, or if we go along with that, the 10 of 900 persons during the year, But if the difference between the 300 and the 600 is not discernible, and whether they can have a delivery of flowers for 300 or 600 is not going to impact the delivery. And again, people on the street is really not an issue. So I think that it could be a lot more palatable if we agreed to what you're suggesting, but then did away with the other division and allowed then the balance of the events up to 600. As Mr. Rose said, doesn't mean they're all going to be 600. But I think it's very important what he said. If someone books for 250 and it goes to 350, we've now lost the larger event. And it's very difficult. For weddings, it's much easier. But for not-for-profit fundraisers, it's very difficult. They're always going to bring in more. And we don't want to turn these people away. When they book for, 250 and they say we're bringing 350, we don't want to say to them, we can't have it now. It's a loss of business. It's bad publicity. It's bad for them. So I would just ask if you would consider making that change, and then it becomes a lot more palatable to us.
Okay. I'll consider. Let me just see. Same page.
So, this is the first time, I guess there is a long history here, and this is the first time I'm encountering it. And if it were me getting a first look at it prior to the compromise or the decision that we're working under, let me not call it a compromise, but whatever restrictions you are working under, I'm sympathetic to the residents because it is a residential area, and it's not really, it was meant to be a church. It wasn't meant to be a commercial catering hall. But given that we have what we are and where we are today and looking forward, you have been good operators, and I think you have a history of that. My thing is, when I look at your current events that you gave us starting December 18, 2012 to December 20, 2014, I noticed that approximately 25 of the events were contracted at about 400 people. And I've never been to your venue, but from what I've seen and read, it seems as if without the on-premise liquor license, the full liquor license, there's a particular draw to this venue because of the aesthetics potentially and whatever else, the loyal followings that you have created through the years. That seems to be kind of this sweet spot number. So I am sympathetic that when you say 300 and then you're holding most of these events are charitable events, and having served on the boards of multiple nonprofits, when we hold annual galas, it is really hard to get a number until probably the week before, and then the numbers kind of fluctuate. But, our one of the charitable events that I've been a part of will have 1,000 people, and usually within about, give or take, 60, 70 people, though, we'll know how many people are going to come when we organize these events because they go every year. And so, from my perspective, when you had the situation where you had to give up on the 884 people, and I'm also sympathetic to that loss of business, and that I don't think 600 or 900 is probably not as much of a difference, but on the 10 events side, I agree with Commissioner Green. I'd like to go to 750 and not 900. On the other side, with the 300, I am willing to go to 400 because I think that's kind of in reality, what the sweet spot seems to be. And I am sympathetic to the plus or minus on a charitable, for nonprofit events. For corporate events, I think they have a lot more organized efforts and they're a little bit different. But for charitable events, when you're selling tickets and a lot of people decide at the last second, I could, when I say 400, I think it allows you to say 300, 350, and then if you happen to go over another 50 or so, you won't be violating into your 75. So it's a long explanation, but I think my vote would be for having allowance of 10 events up to 750 people, and then on the 70, and then keeping the other restrictions in place, where out of the 75 events that are limited to 300, I would actually give you a leeway up to 400, but that doesn't mean you really have to communicate with the people contracting with you that what you're really saying is, look, plan for 350, and if you happen to go over 50, you'll end up at 400. That would be my vote on this.
All right, I presume you would agree with raising the 300
to the 400, yeah, the 75 events.
All right, so we would all agree on that the events that have the ceiling of 75 would go from 300 to 400. I think I would agree with Commissioner Kim on the 750. I think to to go to the 900 you're requesting would increase the numbers of attendees as high as 50% plus 50% more stuff coming in. So I would agree with Commissioner Kim, as I said. So we would increase the threshold from 300 to 400 on the 75 events, and we would allow 10 events out of the 120 to go as high as 750. That's our decision. Thank you.
Okay, just ask you to consider them increasing, since we're increasing the 120 to something between the 120 and the 150.
I wouldn't.
No.
Could we please just go above the 45 events? But there are so many more parties that go. Look at our
They go to
numbers.
what? What are you asking for?
Well, if we could flip it, could it be 75 events that go to 750?
No.
Or could
No,
we,
and these were numbers that you agreed to a couple of years ago, based on your extensive experience in the industry. You thought you could make a go of this. It wasn't 2 years ago, well, gee, this will be really tough for us, but if we're really good licensees, can we come back and get it raised? That wasn't the tone of the discussion. The tone of the discussion was based on our concerns on the one hand and your experience on the other, that you could survive, may I finish? That you could survive doing this. Now we're willing to increase from 600 to 750, 10 events. That's a 25% increase, and we're giving you a 1/3% increase in the most common of your events. We're giving you a much more substantial leeway there. I think that's significant.
we've already booked on that over 300, almost 35 events for next year. That's where this venue, as Commissioner Kim points out, it's column-free, and these charities love that. And if we could just have, couldn't we say 60 events and 60 events? Why this limit below 400 is, it doesn't address what their concerns are on deliveries. It's just penalizing us.
You don't see a difference between an event having 350 people and one having 600 people?
Not
in terms of disrupting the community?
Absolutely not, sir.
Okay. Well, I think they would disagree with you, and I would too. So that's our decision. Thank you. We're going to break now. We're going to break for about 20 minutes. Yep. Okay, Don.
Okay. 147 and 149, BG Bar Incorporated.
Francis Buscemi for the licensee. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
This is after hearing. These were two cases that were combined into the one hearing. 10 charges, 5 were sustained. 2 of those charges were warning signs. One was for pre-mixed sangria. One was trade name. The trade name has been rectified. The warning signs have been rectified. And I just want to point out the other charge was failure to supervise. That's not based on anything other than the pre-mixing of sangria and warning signs. It doesn't have to do with any kind of altercations or anything like that. It's based on the charges that were sustained.
Some of these were repetitive. I mean, this was the third unauthorized trade name charge, for example. Didn't seem to get the point.
Well, he's got it on, filed for it.
What's the trade name now?
Whatever that name was.
Because that was filed.
Right, when
Yeah.
the charges were pled, there was no trade name.
Okay.
You know, he felt it meant in Bulgarian, it meant bar or Bulgarian
All right,
bar.
we'll vote.
Yeah, yeah.
So
They haven't changed.
No, that's what they registered, because they didn't
Hmm.
have one before. At least the last 2 times. They had the violation. All right. I'll dismiss charges 2, 4, 5, 6 in the first proceeding, and charge 3 in the second, and for the remainder, I'll do $6,500.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree too. They have a bad history. Thank you.
141, Canella Cauldron.
Again, this is after hearing 6 charges. Charge 6 was sustained for a warning sign.
Okay, this one, I believe the charges 1 through 5 were not sustained, so I'll dismiss those. As for charge 6, I'll do a letter of warning.
Was this a nuisance? Were they nuisance abated?
I don't know. I don't remember. I put it there. I mean,
Because that's,
I don't know. Nuisance abatement affirmation. So there must have been a nuisance abatement action at one time?
do you know what the settlement was in that?
No.
Yes, so this was,
All right.
I don't even, whether I did it or not, I don't even recall.
Okay.
I'll do letter of warning. That's
All right. All right, I agree.
107, along with 174, Bronx Mofongo.
Again, this is after hearing. 8 out of the 13 charges were sustained. What I would just like to point out is the charges 1 and 3 that were sustained, they were both for the alteration. They were brought under different sections of the statute or rule, but they both involve, 1 and 3 involve the same alteration. Application was filed, and I believe approved on the alteration. Then you have a security guard violation, 2 warning sign violations. The code violation was that a steam table was removed. That was there, some kind of steam serving table which was removed. That had to do with and then there was an unreasonable noise in a food code violation.
All right. They do have a bad history. But I see there were no underage sales. I'll dismiss charges 2, 4, 9, and 12, and counsel asked to withdraw charge 11. For the remainder, I have $6,000.
I'll do 6,000.
I agree.
We have 11 and 12 that have been, I might have missed that. I think-
11 is withdrawn by counsel, 12 was dismissed.
Okay. And the amount?
$6,000.
Now, we have the one other issue of the defaulted case on the same licensee. You would ask me to check. No, the premises is in business. The principal's address still is the same as that's on the notice. I don't know why everything came back. This case involves one charge of improper conduct. It stems from a lapse in the disability insurance for a short period of time.
It's in place now?
I checked it out. I got a hold of the accountant. 14 days. There was a lapse of 14 days.
It was workers' comp, right?
It's actually disability. It runs through the same statute. So it lapsed on 8/28 of 14, and it went back into effect with a new insurance company on 9/12/14 from the document that I received from the accountant. One thing I'd like to point out, I mean, it's a rule violation for improper conduct when the conduct rises or warrants suspension, cancellation, revocation of a license. I respectfully submit, I don't know that that's the kind of conduct that would rise.
I think if you don't pay your workers' comp premium, yes, I think that would rise to it. Anyway,
But I have a question for you, Mr. Buscemi.
Yes.
You did say that they have been open and operating. Was there a reason, were they closed at any particular time?
No. Maybe it was morning delivery of the, of a certified mailing, and it came back.
It was marked as business was closed.
Well, business was closed when it was delivered, obviously.
They're open and operating.
Yeah. I inquired. I said, have you gone out of, I hadn't heard from the licensee in a while. I called and I asked, have you been in business? Are you out of business, or what have you? And they said no.
Maybe they opened real late.
And I asked if you still reside at this address of Jennings Street, and I was told yes.
All right, I'll do 1,500.
I'll do 1,000.
I'll do 15.
$109, CC 244.
Good afternoon. Jerome Sussman, representing the licensee here. This was a disciplinary proceeding. Charge of sale to minor was sustained. The only thing I would ask is this is a second sale to minor. The first one was 3 years prior to that. The clerk who made the sale, and this was a very weird sale, but has taken the ATAP course, and I would ask you to take that into consideration.
Okay.
5,000.
I have 6,000.
I'll do 6.
Number
Obviously,
2 is
take
dismissed.
it into too much consideration.
Sorry.
113, Emily's Bar and Grill. Do you want to advise the members that Mr. Sussman did send on Wednesday controversion and proof that he had sent it early in December? I just didn't have a chance to sign
Yeah,
it.
so we'll put this over so the members can read your statement of controversy. In fact, it's on my printer. I'll give it to you.
Right, otherwise, we would have been here until 5 o'clock anyway, so
Okay.
better that way.
Yep,
All right,
so
over
we'll
to
put it to the
210.
next meeting. 224.
224?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yep.
When is the next meeting?
February 10th.
February 10th.
Yep.
Item 140, NY Tracks.
All right, I'm not going to argue over the ALJ's determination.
Dismiss.
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 Thank you. Have a good day.
74 is a request for declaratory ruling for Century Club.
All right.
Chairman, when this matter was last on, there was a discussion regarding the prior rulings of Groupon and Living Social. However, I would argue that the operation of the Century Club differs from those in that when you made a purchase through Groupon or Living Social, you were actually paying for the product, the food, and the beverage, and the third-party service provider, Groupon or Living Social, was receiving a percentage of that sale. These applicants, these third-party providers, don't receive any portion of the profits of the licensed premise. They're simply selling coupons.
Right. I'd just like some clarification. You posed two options that they may use with respect to processing credit cards. Are you going to use both, or do you have a preference between the two?
We would prefer to be able to store the credit cards on our servers and our systems and be able to process all the credit card transactions through a process of our choice. Again, we wouldn't handle any of the money, except that we wouldn't take any of the money. We would handle the money, but merely just act as a middleman, taking no fees, nothing like that, and just directing it to the bars. That would just make things simpler for the customers. They can store a credit card on our file, and they don't have to swipe at every bar they go to if they're with us and the bar is a partner of ours. So that just makes things easier for the customer. It absolutely in no way affects what the customer pays or what the bar receives. It just makes things easier for the customer, and that's something we'd like to implement as a benefit of our program.
So if you take the credit card, then who's paying the credit card fee in the scenario you just laid out?
In that scenario, we would be paying the credit card fee.
And then if they had gone to the retailer, to the bar and done it themselves, and the bar pays the credit card fee, correct?
Yes, so that would be a difference. But besides that, the bar would receive the same amount of money, and we would take no cut there. So it's a pure benefit for the customer and for the merchant. There's a small cost to us, you're right, Commissioner Kim, in the processing fee for us, but we, again, would take no cut of the money, besides a negative cut, if you will, in terms of the processing fee.
And you have membership already for the club?
We do not. We're waiting for your
ruling.
And you don't intend to have any advertising on your app?
We do not intend to advertise any specific bar or any specific beer or, anything else like that.
Yeah, if we approve this and you decide you want to go in that direction, you must come back for another ruling.
Absolutely.
All right.
I mean, you could advertise other stuff that's non-alcoholic, but did you ever figure out remember when we went over this, the bars have the iPads, right?
No.
We will actually now have a kind of a mark as redeem button, so the customer could place their order. They show their order to the bar, and the bar will just press a button confirming that the customer has placed that specific order. They'll provide that order. All they have to do is just press a button saying that they know what the order is.
So the bar needs absolutely no ability to keep track of the order. We'll keep track automatically as long as there's cellular internet connection between where the customer is and a cell tower.
So does that address our concern before that they could just buy alcohol with this coupon?
They can buy alcohol with this coupon, absolutely.
Only alcohol, though? I mean, they can do that? But I thought that was a concern that we had in Groupon.
Well, that's what I was saying before with Groupon is when you paid for your Groupon, that was the profit from that drink. Here, and Groupon got a portion of that, and the restaurant got a portion of that. Here,
but the coupon itself was not for a drink. Remember,
it was for food and a drink.
Here,
yes, it was redeemable.
Here,
for
the
that.
coupon can be just for a drink. There's no, because most of Groupon's offers were with a meal, and alcohol could be included, kind of, right? That's why we said it was insignificant.
When you bought the Groupon, you were buying the drink and the meal.
And the meal.
When you buy these coupons, when you do this membership, you're not buying the drink. You still have to go and pay for the drink, and they're not taking any of the profits for the drink payment.
This is not a free drink. Once you buy the Groupon, you basically already have the drink in hand. You just have to deliver, this Groupon to the restaurant.
So for you guys, you show it, the bar clicks on it, and then they give it to them, but then they get it at 50% or whatever.
They're still paying money at that time for the drink.
They get a discount for it.
They get a discount, but they're still absolutely paying money for it. And one other difference is that we have controls on our side to limit how much you can redeem at any one time.
And you're reimbursed, your only reimbursement is a fixed monthly membership fee, correct?
Right, we receive nothing from the
Whereas
bars.
Groupon gets a piece of the coupon, like 50, whatever it is.
You're only getting it from
20%,
the
I don't know.
customers, the clients,
Yep.
the members, club members.
And it's a
They're
flat
selling
fee.
coupons.
Right, right, okay.
Okay, yep.
I approve.
I approve.
Are you approving both methods of payment or one or the other?
I'm fine with both. They're doing their membership.
Yes. Yeah, I'll approve as is, either way.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Good luck,
Good
sir.
luck.
175, I'm sorry, Bungalow.
Totally went blank on the name. 175.
55?
175.
Good afternoon, Decon Liberis, attorney for the licensee. We submitted an offer for compromise for more than $3,000 for civil penalties and suit. We were asked to come in front of the board. I believe it was for security personnel that was an issue.
Mm-hmm.
We are currently in the process, or the licensee is currently in the process of changing the method of operation. We would like to say that security is really not necessarily security, but someone at the door who checks licenses. So it's more of a cautionary younger people coming in who aren't of age to drink. Some of the other charges as well have been rectified. Some of the ones in Queens Criminal Court, penalties were paid for those. For the gas tank that was in the basement, that was from a one-off block party that was had on in Astoria on Broadway. There was also issues. What was the other? Was it that? Well, the occupancy was taken care of. There was a penalty paid for the occupancy in Queens County Criminal Court as well, which we have copies of those receipts.
You have copies? I believe you guys. So then what's left?
I'm not really sure. I think we've satisfied every concern from the time when regulars came to the building. The rest, the flame retardation, we've got the license for that. Flame retard. Yeah, we have that. I've submitted that with our exhibits. There's also security guard training, even though we claim the security that we use is really just to look at licenses, but he's received his license as well, and that was a concern of the board. I also have a letter I could admit as well is from the attorney. I'm not handling the change of method of operation, but they have employed another attorney to do that. And we have a letter from that attorney saying that they're in the process of discussing and trying to figure out if they have to add managers or security to their method of operation.
Tell you much.
This is why we wanted them to appear. That's why we wanted them to appear.
Some of the charges, one of the charges was about a manager, and they, in the accusations, they allege my client is actually the husband of the licensee. Manager is how he described himself to the authorities that came into the office, but he's helps operate the business with his wife, who's the actual licensee.
I'm ready to vote. You are? Okay.
The offer was 3,000.
That was the max. Yeah.
I accept.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you.
Thank you.
171, Stadium Pizza Bar Restaurant. About a month. We'll get a letter within about a week.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. I represent Stadium Pizza, Mr. Tanya Jimenez. I just want to preface my remark by saying that Stadium Pizza has recently gone into into dire straits, actually. The kitchen and the premises were damaged by water from a fire above. A disgruntled employee started a lawsuit against them and broadcast it on TV. Some damaging information that's not true, and the litigation in Bronx Supreme Court got into an emotional malady that ended up in the Dominican Republic. All this to say is that she wasn't able to go ahead and comply with bringing forth the menu and the photos. She's assuring me right now that the premises are now ready for them to go back in and start their business again and have those photos and have that menu prepared. And also a defense for the unlicensed security guard. She's telling me today that she has a receipt showing that the security guard was in the middle of renewing his security guard license, but at the time he was cited, that receipt wasn't available, but he provided it, and he was cleared with the New York State Department of State.
So this premise is closed right now?
It was closed. She just informed me now. I've been away
How
for a
long?
month. Like 3 months, she said.
3
And
months?
because her license isn't in safekeeping, right?
No, it's not. This is the first I know of this.
Well, 3 months ago, you sent us a letter saying within the coming weeks you'll provide photographic proof along with the establishment's
Correct.
menu.
Correct. And my client didn't comply with that at the time. I wasn't aware of the fact that they weren't in operation, quite frankly.
Does she have a menu?
She has a menu.
We've been waiting 3 months for a menu.
She said to me that the individual that came to the premises, that she had given him a menu and also some photos.
What individual? From the SLA?
So when she appeared here, the gentleman that interviewed her, that she gave him a menu and some photos.
That's the only menu she had? Doesn't have another menu?
She said was the only, I mean, you mean, is that the only copy or that was the only menu?
Yeah. Why didn't she have another menu?
There were others in the premises.
And when was this meeting? That she came here? There's no indication of any meeting here, is there? It was a March operation.
Last September, she states.
Last September. And then in November, though, you said we'll have pictures in a menu.
I understand, Mr. Chairman.
Pardon?
I understand, Chairman. That's the representation I made. That was what was given to me. I came here, put in a compromise settlement offer.
Well, I'm ready to cancel the license because I don't think this licensee's been forthcoming with us.
Chairman, if you look at the history of Stadium Pizza, she's pretty much has had an unblemished history with the SLA. Up until 2012, she had a disgruntled employee put this allegation against her, and it's in court, and her business started to go down. She depends
Listen,
on the attendance of the
it was a
state.
March operation. It wasn't conducted by a disgruntled employee. On March 2013, a March task force inspected the operation, and there was no food.
And it was represented that food is only provided when there's a game.
Yes.
At the stadium.
That's not a disgruntled employee. That's New York State Police Department 2 years ago, and she hasn't remedied that. And we keep getting different stories as to why we don't have a menu, why there's no food.
Well, in the alternative, Chairman, if we could possibly, for the time being, in a short period of time to cure, just deposit the certificate right now.
When had she planned on reopening?
She said recently the landlord told her she'd be, last Monday, she was informed by the landlord she's going to go back in and.
As of when? As of when?
No.
So today she's going to reopen?
No, she's going to open next week. She's going to
Next week, all right, we'll put this over for 2 weeks. And is that okay with you guys?
No.
Well, it'll be, well, we'll put it on for the meeting after next, so we'll give her 3 weeks, okay? So we'll put this on for 2/24.
Thank you, Chairman.
For a menu and the photos that were promised us 3 months ago of the kitchen, okay?
If she isn't going to open in the next few days, well, yes, she needs to put her license in safekeeping until she comes before the board again.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner.
All right, thank you.
175G and H, Dock Street Bar and Grill.
Deputy Commissioner, can you just check in a couple of days if that license is in safekeeping?
For the prior one, Kens.
So you're requesting cancellation as a penalty in lieu of revocation?
Yes, Chairman.
Okay. And there's litigation pending now, correct?
Yes, Chairman. And when we were last in court, it was about 2 weeks ago, I spoke with counsel Michael Amarato. I made this suggestion, and if this is acceptable to the board, what we would do is, if the board would, say, vacate the revocation order, my client, I brought him down here today, he understands, he would then surrender the license, we would withdraw the Article 78 proceeding.
Mm-hmm. All right, ready to vote?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, all right.
I'll grant the reconsideration and accept the cancel amount.
I agree.
I do too. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Item 95, Gale Management Group.
Oh,
Sorry, the number, Jay?
95.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Tyreek Gale. This is my wife, Madeline Gale, and we're the members of Gale Management Group. We're applying for our license as Gale Wines and Liquors. It's our understanding that there's opposition to our application. We're hopeful that the board has had the time to review our subsequent submission. If it pleases the board, I believe that the opposition's here. We can hear from them
Let's hear
first.
from them.
Okay, so.
Yeah, everybody opposed, please step up.
Hi, good morning, Chairman Rosen, Commissioner Green, and Commissioner Kim, and other board members. My name is Tom Citino. I'm owner of Vino 100 Wine Shop, and that's my corporate name is Citino LLC. And I'm the store closest to the prospective spot where Gale Management Group is trying to open at 1227 Route 300. I'm at 1278 Route 300, approximately 0.2 of a mile away. We can see the building from the parking lot.
We have it as 4/10. Is that incorrect?
4/10. I'm sorry?
It's what being driving directions.
Yeah, well, how do you get your 2/10?
Well, the original address that was included on the notification was wrong, and that was .1/10. and that was directly across the street, and I just estimated that it's 0.2 of a mile, but you can see the
When
building.
you say estimated, you haven't used any,
I used the MapQuest for the 1277 Route 300, which was included on the initial notification, and I just found out recently that it was...
all right, so you didn't use the MapQuest for the actual address?
And not for the new one.
right.
It's close, though. It's 0.2 of a mile, but or 0.4, but you can see the building from the parking lot.
Okay.
It's pretty much diagonally across the street. But the reason I'm protesting...
So we have the right address for you on record?
For me, yes, 1278 Route 300. Okay. But the notification for the new location had initially stated that it was 1277 Route 300, and that's when I submitted the paperwork. I got 0.1 of a mile.
1277.
Okay, but I wanted to protest the new location.
We gather that. Let's get on.
For a number of reasons. I did an assessment of the stores within our area, within the traffic flows. There's 7 stores within 2.7-mile radius of my store. This would be the 8th, and there's an 8th store with 3.6 miles. Over the last year and a half...
How did you get those distances?
A MapQuest.
All right.
Okay. Over the last year and a half, there's been a number of stores that came in, 3 stores to be exact, one which was 1.8 miles, the other one 2.2 miles, and the last one was 3.6 miles away. So we're really getting a saturation in our area, up by my store, up on Route 300. Also, the economy's been kind of rough up by us over the last number of years, really haven't been able to grow sales. My sales are lower than the 2010 sales that I reported. There's been high unemployment up in our area. It's ahead of the national average, 7% versus 5.8% this last November. Public convenience, as you drive down Route 300 and in the surrounding area, you're running across a liquor store every couple of minutes. So I believe Commissioner Green is familiar with the area. The way the traffic flows are, you're hitting a liquor store constantly. Within a greater radius, there's 16 stores within the Newburgh area and in the adjacent New Windsor area. This would be the 17th store. So for those reasons, I'd just like your consideration that public convenience will not be bolstered. Each new store chips away at existing businesses. I believe me and the folks that are here from the other 2 liquor stores, sales have been flat and not going anywhere, and a new store won't help with public convenience, won't help the existing liquor stores, and they may be have a hard time being successful themselves.
All right, thank you.
Yes, I am Payless Wine and Liquor. My name is Jaman Jasani, and my store is 1.5 mile from the new store.
Which store are you?
Payless Wine and Liquor in Target Plaza. And total 16 store and 3.2 mile in this radius. And last store is opened 4 months ago is Breathe the Liquor from 2 mile, and a gentleman is here. And about in 2 years, Orange County Liquors, Breathe Liquor, and 1 liquor store opened October 2014, Neighborhood Wine and Liquor in this area in about 2.5 miles. And I have requested and 2 good hotels. One is Hampton Inn and one is the Howard Johnson. Is shut down and closed, and is no business and a very hard to for Newburgh area. Thank you for my request. Accept my request. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Amarjit Singh from Preet Wine and Liquor, and I'm not purchasing because this is too close to me, like less than 2 miles, and my business is new. We just get licensed last May, and if we open and it will hurt us both to be succeed, and that's why I'm opposing that.
All right, thank you.
We'll hear.
Once again, good afternoon. My wife and I have lived in a community for which we're seeking a license for almost 7.5 years. In 2011, we formed Gale Management Group with the idea of starting a liquor store that offered a balanced mix of wines and spirits. We were in talks with various landlords to secure a location on Route 207. but we decided against it as we realized that that location was more on the outskirts of the community and would yield minimal convenience to the public at large. We tabled our dream of pursuing a liquor license until we found what we deemed would be an ideal location within the community. In November of 2014, our proposed location became available, and we saw an opportunity to open a shop that would provide convenience to the almost 34,000 drivers that travel on Route 300 daily south of 17K. It's our belief that our proposed location in the heart of the Route 300 commercial corridor would fit in with the theme of competition with stores such as Home Depot and Lowe's, Walmart, Target, Kohl's, Fridays, Applebee's, Chili's, which all proved to be an advantage for all of the residents of the towns of Newburgh and New Windsor, as our shop would help those residents realize ease of access and competitive pricing, which we believe is the crux of public advantage. Further, we believe that we reflect also the changing demographics of our community, as an influx of minorities, African American and Latinos, are buying homes in the area and are spending money in the area, and our store will reflect that changing demographic from an ownership perspective. Further, as we included in our recent submission, we have the support of the town supervisor for the town of Newburgh, as well as a councilman in the town of New Windsor.
What about the argument that we've got all these other stores? There's one gentleman here who just opened up this past year. The closest store is on the same road. It's 4/10 of a mile away, which is, a half a minute. What about that argument? Because we are supposed to be careful not to have too many liquor stores in an area, because then you may get violations that people commit just to survive. So how would you address that?
The way in which I would address that, and we included this map here for ease of reference. First, Vino 100 is a wine store. They sell 97% wines, and this is without going in and doing an exact calculation, but anyone who knows Vino 100, they're basically 97% wines, about 3% liquors. If you look at their website, they profess to make a wine experience better from a novice all the way to an experienced wine drinker. Our store being, 4/10 of a mile, a little bit more than that away, this is where I was talking about a balanced mix, which is what we look to offer to people who are traveling along Route 300.
Meaning you would have more liquor than wine?
That is,
what would be your mix?
Our mix would really be along the spirit. You have your Bacardis.
No, but what percentage mix? So you're saying 97% wine is Vino's model, and your model would be?
Our hope would be more along the line of, maybe about a 40 to 60% ratio of liquors to wines. Try to get as close to 50% as possible, so that people who are traveling along the Route 300 corridor would be able to, have access to those spirits.
I have you down for, I believe it's like 1,350 square feet.
Yes.
How much of that is going to be floor space? Because you're in a standalone building.
That's right.
And it looks bigger than the 1,350.
When we went out and did all the measurements along with the landlord, to answer your question specifically, it's in a neighborhood of about 600 to 700 square feet, which would be the actual floor space for where, the display of the liquor would be, which would also include our, register and
excuse me, as well as a display table with hopefully maybe wines and things like that. So it's about 600 to 700.
Okay, so half of that space is just going to be storage.
That's right. It's storage, restrooms, for storage, restroom for customers, and as well as an office.
Can you explain your shared entrance?
There isn't a shared entrance as far as we have the primary, looking at the pictures, we have the primary front, and there is also a side entrance which the downstairs business has access to. There is a back entrance which is now, the way in which that back entrance is situated, there is going to be a vestibule that is put together, and the landlord basically said, hey, once you get approval, we'll put this vestibule up so that ultimately if anybody's going down, there's the access to that door going down, and then we're completely closed off, so there would be no shared entrance for anybody to have access to our space.
But to be clear, right now, the door that's there, we have control of that door. We're the only ones who can open and, obviously just open and go down the stairs. The residents or the business that's downstairs does not come up and cannot come into our space.
But the salon, they can go up to the door. They just can't get in through the door.
Exactly
right. And so customers would have to go through a part of the salon to
No,
get
no, 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 no. No, we have a front entrance with our own. We have our own entrance. They have their own entrance.
So is that your fire exit? Is that what it is for you upstairs, basically?
It would be. It would be another means of egress.
That's right.
And how many parking spaces do you have in the front?
We have 16 parking spaces, and there's one handicap space as well. So 17 in total, one being handicapped, 16. And then there's also, and that would be solely for us, there's also parking spaces in the back for the salon that's downstairs.
Okay.
Ready to go?
Yeah.
Yeah, one comment I just wanted to report out. The mix.
Step up to the microphone, please.
The product mix, although, I have up on the website, I kind of opened up as a wine store. The product mix differs. It's not 97% wine, 3% liquor. It's more 85% wine, 15% liquor.
Okay.
1.5 miles from this distance, I have the 40% wine and 60% liquor in my store.
Right.
1.5 mile from this area. And this building is not small. This building is big, and 2 room is empty. He can use any time, and he expand that. This is the big drawback.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, let's go.
Based on your representation that you're using half of this space, so if we go in there, if it's approved, if we go in there, you're using just half of the 1350 for your floor space. So I would approve it based on that representation. It's one of the smallest in the area out of the 4 closest.
I agree.
Yes, I agree too. So make sure you limit it in the way you've represented. Okay?
It will be as per the drawing that we did with the storage space towards the back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay?
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Have a
Good
great
luck.
day.
151, Canto Euro Caribbean Cuisine.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners.
I know what you're thinking.
Guy Parisi for the applicant. I just would like to point out that this application was initially filed back in June, and it stated there was going to be no manager. Since that time, the applicant is sought out and is going to have a manager, and the manager is present here today. I understand this opposition.
Okay, let's hear the opposition, then we'll get back to you.
Hello, my name is Brian Davis. I'm here as a member of the Congregation of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints that meets at 18 Riverside Drive, which is on the corner of Payson and Riverside. This week, the church...
How far is that from this location?
Less than 200 feet. This week, the church's law offices from Salt Lake City sent out a letter. You guys received that letter?
You said you're on the corner of Riverside and
The church's entrance is on 1815 Riverside, but it's a corner location because Payson goes the street. So we're on the corner of
Payson goes
Dyckman.
into Dyckman,
Yeah,
right?
so the rear entrance of our building is directly across the street from Contasuro.
So the church has, because I remember there's a parking lot that I saw. That parking lot, you enter the
Yes,
place
members
of worship?
enter from that parking lot into the rear. I would, every Sunday, I enter the church in that direction.
And what is that entrance in the rear? Is it,
It enters,
you're walking into the actual sanctuary?
no, we're walking into the church building. She has a map of it.
There's a map that you can see where the Canto Euro is here, and so the church owns all of this. This is their building all the way from here, from Riverside to here.
But is it one structure, or is it, because it
Yeah,
looked
the
as if
structure
that
is-
wasn't part of the church on
Yeah,
the
so
corner of Riverside?
what's unique about the structure is there's a building that butts up next to the church, you can see. which is the bike shop and the plastic shop, but those aren't church-owned. So it's simply the parking lot. The parking lot is the walkway. So the law says is that it's 200 feet from the entrance.
No, but what I'm trying to gather is the actual physical entrance of the, you're saying, of the place of worship. When you come out of your car in that parking lot on the corner of Dyckman and, is it Payson, I believe?
Dyckman and Payson, yeah.
Okay. When you park in that parking lot, the building starts in. So you measured from the entrance of...
We measured from the entrance up, from the front of that entrance. But the building goes over top of it, and I think the law talks about how the fact that...
I separate yourself from what the law says.
Okay.
I'm just trying to physically understand that when parishioners go, they are parking in the parking lot on Dyckman, and they're entering the sanctuary.
Yes.
So you measured from the door of that sanctuary to the corner of the premise where this is
We
located?
measured from the door of the parking lot, the outside garage door, from where they enter into the building there. Underneath the church is a parking lot. So the church has a parking lot underneath it. The church is on top of it. Does that make sense?
So from the pictures that I'm looking at over here, can we turn it around? Forget it. It looks like there's a parking lot, and then there's a structure, and then there's another structure. Right. It's like two buildings attached, right? And the services. Is this the church, or is this, or is it like are they just combined now? So because the parking lot's right over there.
Let me see if I can get this.
The angle here is
Here's Dyckman and Payson.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay, so that's the front of the church.
What you're seeing here, yeah, this right here. What is that? That whole thing is the church? No, this part is, the church owns this part.
They own it, but they use it.
This part is not used.
Correct.
But
which entrance are you talking
about? Hold on, just a second, let me explain here. That top is not, this bottom part is already part of the church too. It's a storehouse. The church has its own storehouse too.
I understand the church owns that building, but are they using?
What I'm saying is the church uses, members of the church uses the lower part of this part. So if you have a picture of the, if you were to look at the back of the building where the garage door is.
I can do that, yes. Yeah, that's the garage, right? That's the parking lot.
That parking lot right here is the door into it, but also right here is the entrance into the bishop's storehouse.
Do congregants enter through that door?
Congregants can enter in through that door too.
They can, but do they?
Yes, they do.
Regularly.
On Saturdays, every Saturdays, it says on the door, on the sign right here, has regular hours, members come in and get food from the church. And then we also use this parking lot for our youth activities too. We hold youth activities too. So what we're trying to contend is that this is a walkway, this entrance here is a walkway into the church, as well as this whole parking lot out here, because there's no way to get in except through that gate. So that constitutes a walkway all the way into the church until you get in.
Do they go into that entrance for services as well, or
Yes.
just for services?
Do we need to send Barry out there? Yeah, we'll have to send somebody out there to measure.
So the argument that I'm making is that because that's the rear entrance for anyone who's coming from the north side of Manhattan, they come through that way into the church. If they're coming from the south, they're going to come from the front entrance.
All right, let me, do you want to respond to that? Because I think we're going to have to send one of our investigators out to have a look and measure it. Do you want to
This
respond,
is
B?
one of the few applications that I did not know the location, so I was unaware of this.
Because it was undisclosed that there was an issue in the application, was it not?
But the law says that it's the measurement's taken place.
Would you do me a favor? That's about the seventh time you said the law says. Okay, we got 3 people here who went to law school, so we can figure that out for ourselves, okay? Well, I'm just trying to get a handle on the factual situation first.
What am I, chopped liver?
I don't think we had anything. Did you disclose anything in your application about a
No, I was
church?
unaware of it. I spoke to my clients, and as I said, this is one of the few applications. Usually I do a site inspection.
Okay, I think we need to send somebody out then.
It also appears from what it's saying that the building is not used exclusively.
That may be an issue, that's why we need someone to have a look.
And I don't know that it's on the same.
Because there's going to be issue is what constitutes the building also. Yeah, okay, so, yeah, the application should have indicated that there's an issue. We're going to have to send somebody out, and tell Barry, in addition to not measuring, but the issue is what constitutes the building? Is it two buildings side by side, or is it one building that may house these non-religious businesses? Right. Okay?
And
So, yeah, I'm
your
sorry.
parishioner, if maybe we can contact this gentleman.
There's
so
some
he
way
can
to
gain
contact the church,
access?
'cause
Yeah, well,
Okay.
maybe,
access.
Barry needs to
yeah,
go
leave your
through that
contact,
parking lot entrance.
yeah, leave your contact information with our Deputy Commissioner of Police so that our investigators
You
going
need to
out can
stop?
call you, and you can make sure he has access,
I
okay?
just would like to ask you, so because there is a business over the walkway that goes in, but also right next to it is, they're above, for example, so as you enter through that garage, you drive to that garage, walkway, that way through into the garage area. But there is our storehouse there too, on that same ground level too.
Yeah.
It's just that part of that is part of the business that goes above that.
Yeah.
What is that business?
What is that business above that?
Huh?
What is the business that's above
It's
that?
that plastic shop that's next to it, extends also over that.
But as I said, that'll be an issue too, because you looked at the statute, and the statute says the building has to be exclusively used for religious purposes. So our investigator will need to look at what constitutes the building, and you can make your arguments to him if you want before he goes out there. Tell him what you think he needs to look for. But a week will be too short, so let's put this on the 24th, February 24th, for a report from Mr. Senator. And again, if you leave your contact information, it'd be helpful.
But there's others here who come to talk about the other portion.
Well, they can talk if they want, but this will be adjourned. There's not going to be a decision today, so it's up to the people who are here. If you want to make your points today, we'll hear you, and they can respond. But if you're going to want to come back anyway, then I say testify next time. Your call, though. If you want to testify today, there's no need to come back. It's up to you.
No, we'll come back.
I'm sorry?
Name, phone number.
What should we call it, comment?
Times to call, things like that.
You'd like to comment
Yeah,
on this
email.
application?
All right, if you want to shoot, you shoot. All right, do you want me, how do you drive me afraid? So do you want to come back, or do you want to talk to? Okay. I'm sorry you had to wait. If we knew there was that issue, we would have sped it up. So, February 24th.
Next board meeting?
Yeah.
No, it's not the next board meeting, it's the one that's going to be heard at.
I'm going to swear them in. I'm going to swear them in. Sorry, did I interrupt you?
I just want to be clear, the next board meeting that this will appear on will be the 24th of February. Correct. Thank you.
Okay, it's not testimony when people appear before us. I just want to make that. Yes.
106, Lazy Boy Saloon and Ale House.
One 106.
106.
Good afternoon. Matthew Leone for the licensee. This is after a hearing. I submitted
York Patty.
a letter in controversion
Peppermint
and
patty.
also some mitigating factors.
Peppermint Patty.
Thank you.
York Patty. Sorry, what?
Sorry.
Trying to figure out what was on my upper lip. I'm sorry.
106.
It was York peppermint patty.
Thank you. All right.
I was like, I'm about to take my
I
singing
mean,
though.
each issue has to be dealt with in the order of priority.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry. Go
No,
ahead.
so anyway, this is here after a hearing. I submitted a letter in controversion. I offered some mitigating factors in the event that
Right.
the authority.
All right, we have got your letter. Are you ready to vote? Yep. Okay.
Oh, wait, hold on, please. And just in terms of mitigation, if you do sustain the charge, this licensee had been in business for just 2 months, and this event, this was like a DJ-driven event that they've discontinued. Just,
Was there anything in their application that would have precluded them having this event in this first place? You could just double check that. Probably not, based on the name of the operation. But I just, that would affect, I think, my penalty.
yeah, I don't think it does, because one side was the sports bar and saloon, and this other area was this lounge.
It says it was marked restaurant and then other lounge with small-scale dancing.
Okay, so it doesn't sound like they were doing it, the activity itself was off the...
Right, and in any event, they've discontinued this event, and it's,
The lounge.
it shouldn't be a...
Taking that into consideration, because I really had a higher penalty because the police had to call for backup, they had to disperse the crowd, people were hurt at that location. Being that it's no longer going to be a lounge, you're going to be strictly like a tavern, I believe.
Right.
Are you going to have security?
Yes. Yeah, they still have security. I don't know the exact numbers, but I think it's still roughly about the same on the weekends. They have 3 or 4 security guards, one at each entrance and 2, I think, inside that roam the area. So they do have that. They have video surveillance.
As long as you're going to have security at that location. I know it's mostly on the weekends. That's when most people are on Mamaroneck quite frequently. I'll do 1,500. I'll come down because I had 35.
Okay.
I'll do 1,500.
I'll agree.
Okay, thank you.
Can you give me something to just make sure that the record reflects the new method of operation?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
168, Ray Deli Food Corp.
Good afternoon, Victor Molina, on behalf of the applicant, Deli Food Court. Ana Castillo is the applicant and she's present. The authority asks that Ms. Castillo be present at this hearing because the prior owner in which she purchased this grocery store from had a negative history. You wanted to ensure that she had no relationship to that individual and that her method of operation would be in a format that she wouldn't be having sale to minors.
Yes.
So she's here to address any of your concerns.
Yeah, that is a major concern of ours, particularly since once a place gets a reputation amongst kids as a place that will sell beer to them, they tend to go back there even if there's a new owner. So I'd like to know what you would have in place to make sure that there are no sales to minors from these premises, because that was a big issue here.
I'm going to translate for her, okay?
All right.
Ellos quieren saber por qué usted estaba ahí antes, tenía evidencia de vender a menores, qué manera tú vas a coger tu negocio diferente para que no vengan niños a comprar ahora. Sí.
El que me gusta menor de 30 años,
I've been here all day.
We took a break at 12.
She said,
Yeah, sorry.
She said that she would ID anyone that she came in that
She have a scanner?
And she's buying the age verification scanner. She mentioned that in her statement to me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pardon?
I can make proof of purchase of
Yeah, that'll be a condition.
That could be a
issuance.
condition of her picking
Yeah.
up the license. And I represented her on the purchase.
Yeah.
So she had, there was arm's length transaction. She doesn't have any relationship with the previous applicant, O&P.
And where is she now on the deferred payment of $35,000?
¿A dónde está? ¿Cuánto tú todavía le debes de los 35? She said she recently finished paying him.
Oh, she did?
He needed the money to pay
So she doesn't owe him anything anymore?
Doesn't owe him anything because he needed the money to pay the substantial fine the authority issued.
Not $36,000, but
no,
$12,500. Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
I'm good.
we're ready to vote.
Yep.
I approve.
I approve.
It's approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
On the condition of the scanner.
Yeah, she'll have the age.
The license won't be
Have the
issued
receipt.
without the scanner.
When
Yeah,
Mr.
present the
Diaz's office
receipt.
comes by to pick up the license on her behalf, he'll bring the receipt proof that they purchased the age
That would be
verification
terrific.
scanner.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good afternoon.
77 Wall Street Restaurant.
So this is on default. The licensee was here several months ago. The license was canceled as a result of non-payment of disability or workers' compensation insurance policy.
He owed them over $200,000.
What's that?
He owed over $200,000 to workers' compensation.
I don't know the exact amount, I think, but in any event, I noticed that this was on the calendar today, and the place has been closed.
It's already been canceled, right?
And the
So we
license
just canceled
has
for
been
the record.
Okay, so it's not, yeah, it's a cancellation for the record.
Yes,
All right,
okay.
thanks.
Thank you.
128 146 Broadway Associates.
Licensees Timothy Allen. Good afternoon. This is after a hearing.
The one charge was thrown out, and there was unauthorized trade name, alterations, and failure to conform that were sustained.
There was testimony that he's put up the sign for Babies All Right now. It was before only said All Right. There was testimony that the other items for marketing at the location, including the menu and other things, said Babies All Right at the time. Regarding the bar, I don't know if you have the bill of particulars attached to the decision, but it's a contiguous bar that has a retractable wall that comes down. So the license was there on the other side of the wall. And the inspector said that they need two. So when he applied for the license, he believed because it was contiguous that he could operate with just the one license.
Members, there was a member of the audience here earlier today who wanted to speak on this. Okay, there was someone else in addition to you. There was an Orthodox man.
Yeah.
You're saying that the bar, the partition, it says in the hearing, the partition was installed along with a door, creating two separate stand-up bars. You're saying that that partition is what?
Sometimes it's up and sometimes it's down.
That's what creates the two separate bars?
Do you have the diagram? I could.
No, I don't have a diagram. I just have the hearing report.
Thanks.
So the wall separates the interior of the bar? But this little piece here is already there, right? Just this part is, right? So customers come in, but the seating's on the outside, right? So I assume the bartenders are. Right, so they separate this out so that if I wanted to go from here to this bar, I just go through this door and go that way? Or I can't? You can. So the only thing I can't do is if I'm sitting here, see people who are sitting over here. Oh, because there's a door and a wall, so it's, oh, I see. When you said, and, yeah, so you come in here and then so there's a partition right here, right? And so they're able to separate almost, yeah, like two bars.
This part is the bar?
Yes.
But you said it's just a flat that you can lift up and separate.
Full.
So I'm thinking it's just the top
No,
bar that you
no,
go
it
through.
actually separates the entire thing. Yeah, it's not just the counter. Because counter's over here.
Oh, it comes down from the ceiling?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a really big structure.
So I
I'm
think-
thinking it's something small.
Yeah.
And you're saying this diagram was submitted in the original?
That's the relocation.
So how does, so they come in, I know they come in here, but how do they, if you're hanging out here, how do you get to that side? Door closed. You said one was the employee door. Did you just walk through? Oh, in there.
see if we have.
Oh, right, okay. Oh, but that door's closed when it comes down.
Gotta go to see it.
Yeah.
You said this structure comes down from the ceiling and separates both of them.
Slow, it's an afternoon or something, leave it up.
Show me. Technology is a wonderful thing. I know. We wouldn't. Hold on. This says 6-foot walls throughout for sound. Bathrooms. Storage. You can't tell. No. I'm gonna check that. Now. See, also there might be a letter that explains it. Okay, 5 stories. Dining area, performance space. Okay. Shape bar in middle of ground floor measuring. Yeah. Doesn't tell us that. Let me just check and see if there's a letter that describes any of it.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Let's move.
I'll dismiss charge 3 as to 1, 2, and 4 at 4,500.
Initially at 4,500, I mean, I think this bar separation.
Oh, I'm sorry, you wanted to address us.
Yes.
Can we take a step back and so I could hear? You waited all this day. I apologize.
And thank you very much. My name is Trev Huxley, and I'm the president of the Lower Broadway Block Association, which is, my house is at 39 Broadway, they're at 146, and we're a loose coalition of neighbors that are very concerned about our changing neighborhood, which is becoming quite residential. And we actually went and met with members of the community board, SLA committee, with 146 Broadway, and thought we had a pretty good working relationship with them. But that has rapidly deteriorated, and over the last 18 months or so that they've been in business, they've had, according to, I believe the community board sent me a package yesterday. I have a copy of some of the materials, but they've had 88 311 noise complaints. Some of this is on 8/12/14 by the police department for unlicensed sale of alcohol, and 4/4/14 for unreasonable music, and AB. I've got a copy from the police report here. Arrests, 3 narcotics arrests. 3 narcotics arrests on the interior of this thing. There was a March inspection in 8/10/14, which DOB issued a violation for no public assembly, violations for food contamination.
And you said the community board just sent this to us?
I believe they did. There's a member of the SLA committee and the community board who also has a letter here. There's a letter that I wrote on the 15th representing my block association. And we were, personally, I would like to see the license revoked. That's my personal opinion. Members of my community view me as being a little more extreme, having had personal experience where I was once parked at a red light and had a collision with a running pedestrian who ran into the side of the car and damaged my car. So my personal perception is probably a little colored. The neighbors would like to see their cabaret license revoked and their hours reduced on weekdays to 11 o'clock and weekends to midnight. This is a place that is extremely loud, congested, and it's turning into it. And I appreciate the chance to speak. I know that this is probably not the appropriate time and place, but we just discovered this was going on.
We do have a police referral. It's not for unlicensed sale of alcoholic beverages. It's that they didn't have the license displayed.
Okay, I don't really know because I'm not privy to that. I'm just looking at a report that was given to the community board, and as a citizen, I don't see all those things. But I have a list of these things. I can give you what I've got.
Here, I'll look at it.
Please hang them up.
What's the what's the
Mr.
pending,
Almlick represents them on that case.
what is that matter? What are the charges there?
It's for the failure to display the license, but I'm checking one more.
Did the hearing on that already? And there was testimony that the license was in the office.
They said it was locked in a drawer. But yeah, the one charge is failure to display the license.
Thank you.
But at least,
You don't have any noise referrals or anything from the community board?
The information that you just shared with us, if you can have someone from the community board just to follow up and make sure that we got the packet, they sent the packet to us.
Secretary of the community board, I believe she sent it.
Yeah, if she sent it to us, then we
I think
probably
it
get
would
it
have
in
come
a couple of
yesterday
days.
though, yesterday, because it was sort of, it's only dawned on everybody.
We have the second March operation too, that was done in October.
I don't even have record of that one. I think
All right, well, we'll add this to the record. They're up for renewal come August of this
Oh,
year.
okay.
Right now, what we have in front of us is a few disciplinary matters.
We didn't understand it. We're sort of rookies at this game.
No, but glad
We'd
you
rather
came.
see us more often. We've been at a few 5 hours.
But you should participate. If there's other complaints, do call us. And also, if you want to leave your number with us, if you want to testify to any of the issues that the community board is standing by.
And there's a lot of,
Does that have a hearing before an ALJ?
Oh, yes, that would be.
Okay, that's what I'm referring to. So if you have any allegations when the community board is sending us information, if it goes to hearing.
Secretary just said that the community board information has been scanned in.
Oh, great, okay.
so I mean, this is, I think we'll see more of this because there are more of this than other times because this neighborhood is changing rapidly.
All right, so we'll follow up. Again, these charges are narrowly focused, so we were talking about 4,500.
These are their first violations.
Yes.
The other charges pending, there's no noise or any other types of charges pending.
All right, so
I
it'll be
think that
40.
it's 4,500, but I think that wall can't come down because that's just two separate
There was
bars.
something in the original application that advised us that they were separating it into two separate units.
So your opinion is then he would need the second license? For the second bar?
Yes. If he wants a second bar, he would need another license. It's almost two separate.
Oh, yeah, there's a door that leads from one part to the other, so I mean, it looks like, I'm not saying it is, it looks like it's functioning as two different establishments, because that wall comes down, it separates your view from the other side, and you have to walk through a door to get to the other side.
The door's within.
That wasn't clear in the application at all.
I think it's the same diagram, except it doesn't have the retractable wall.
Right, yes, no, it is the same diagram minus that, but I think we
Maybe
might have taken a
we might
different
send
look at
somebody
it.
out there, maybe, a little follow-up.
Well, Latasha Clanton was just out there in October for a march, and she said that there was a retractable wall between the two bars.
she did say
She's
that.
been there, yes.
I was approaching Ms. Flug about maybe coming in with photos and asking her opinion. If
Yeah,
you know,
all right.
they'll do whatever the authority says. But I would ask if you would consider a lower fine.
45. It's within
They
the
didn't
range.
intentionally try to mislead the authority, and that's why I was just speaking to my client on the phone. He said they'll do whatever you say. It's their first violations, and they didn't intentionally, do
First
it.
violation, but they've only been operating for a year and a half. And it sounds like they have some other issues. We're not going to prejudge them, but clearly there are some other issues. So 45. Thank you.
Thank you.
134, Sunrise Sabar.
After hearing, purchasing, I think 5 or 6 bottles of liquor from a liquor store.
Yeah, and this is the second time. They paid a fine in June of last year. It's not the worst violation in the world, but, you know, they were told not to do it, and they were fined, so. Well, it's about
6,500.
6,500.
All right, 65.
125 and 135, both the same premise. Honda Tonneau Bar.
On the, again, this is after hearing, there's two case numbers. On the single violation of the
Was that
DBA,
125?
And 135, it's both the same premise.
the trade name is a single violation on one of those. That was taken down. There's a plastic sign that was put above the main sign.
The Aqua
Keith Way.
But one of the issues was food. They order out. If they want food was what they claimed. So it was failure to conform to the application. It was really a non-bona fide charge, and I see they've had one of those in the past.
Do they have food now?
Yeah, I had asked for photos, and I don't think I have them. Would you want to put it over for photos of the food?
Did they install a kitchen? Because I had that they did not have a kitchen.
Well, actually, the application said no food prep area. So.
Oh, so they
We have
do
to
not
rectify
have
no
a
that.
kitchen, and it said no food prep area.
Yeah,
That's why
that's
it's
what I
not
thought,
sustained.
right?
That's why it's not sustained.
So where's the food supposed to come from?
But they had a menu, hamburgers, hot
Doesn't
dogs.
say it on the application.
So was
Arepas.
that in effect implicit in the application that
I'm
it was
gonna-
going to
I'm
be,
looking
people were
right.
going to be calling in?
Because I thought they had a microwave, right? Didn't they say they had a microwave?
No kitchen. It says, yeah, is food available for sale? Yes, but no to a kitchen or food prep area. But it did say food was available for sale.
Yes, a
We
microwave.
should have caught that, but it,
Can we put it over and,
Yeah, let's put it over, because it sounds like, you know, they didn't do it, with respect to that they were following the application. 224.
okay, thank you.
Okay.
Did we decide on the trade name about, or we're putting both over?
Okay.
One person left.
At 103, Panora Card.
Good afternoon, Noreen Healy for the licensee. This is a conditional no contest plea. The offer is $1,000.
Does your client still utilize that third party?
No, they're not.
They contracted with them for a
They-
period
they-
of time, or?
It was just from time to time to do a display for them.
Okay. So they're no longer in business together. Okay, I'll accept.
Thank you.
Accept.
I agree.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have no other signed-in items.
Let's shut down for a moment.
Authorize, but don't take.
first day she appeared.
Yeah,
You
that's
guys
true.
didn't even say hello.
But I wouldn't even do that with Boyle, so it's no judgments.
I love him too.
Oh, what I was going to ask,
Off the record.
misbehaved, but.
I'm going to continue with the remaining items. Chairman Rosen is absent at the moment. So on 66.
1,500.
1,500.
67.
Offer of cancel on 1,000, accept.
Accept.
68.
Offer of cancel on 1,000 bond, accept.
Accept.
69.
3,000.
Notice was returned unclaimed. Did we bring them in?
Oh, I'm
Well, they
sorry.
defaulted.
Did they defaulted because it came in, they never,
Well, they didn't pick up the return mail. What's the rest of the mail? It was residential
Returned
delivered?
unclaimed.
I mean,
It
so,
was returned unclaimed.
yeah, so what do we do? How do we get their attention?
If they don't pay
Fine
the
'em.
penalty, then
Give
it's
a penalty.
cancel and bond is the alternative.
How much was the offer? I mean, how much was your?
Oh, 3,000.
3,000.
70.
This one I'd like to have them come in because there's no food here.
Yeah, me too.
224?
Do you want to 10?
What's wrong with 210? Yeah, everybody's
It's
going
just that it's
224.
next week. Will I give them enough
It's not
time to
next
send a
week.
letter?
Next week, it's 2 weeks.
I mean, oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's
That's
a week
a
and a
week.
half.
I feel like
We'll let them know.
Because we're going to have
Monday,
nothing
they
on
get a week and a
210,
half
everything's
notice.
going to be on
Okay.
224.
210 to appear.
Yeah, I felt there was
food
like next
issues.
week.
It feels like it.
That Friday does, yeah.
Okay. No, 72 is asked for an adjournment to 210.
Okay.
75.
Offer 5,000, accept.
I had 7,000, only because 2 separate occasions. They got arrested, and then he got busted again.
All right. I'll
2 months
come up.
later.
Want to do 6? Oh,
6. I'll do
7.
6.
No, it's not worth sending it back.
Yeah, that's why I said
I'll do
7. Shouldn't get a discount.
Okay.
Counteroffer 7. 76.
Offer 5,000, accept.
Again, I had,
I'm not sure this is working out for us right now.
Sure, we negotiate.
Go
Go
far.
ahead.
No, I mean, they've had, 3 sales to minor before, the past history, maximum occupancy, same issue.
There were 14 people over.
And this is,
But over is over.
but their last violation was in 2012. They haven't
Okay.
had anything since
All right,
then.
5,000.
Okay, thank you. 78.
Okay, I'll give you this one, 6,000.
6,000. Now we're
Got it. 79.
3,000.
Okay, but Yelp says they're closed now.
Which one, the 79?
Yeah. I had 3,000, but it says it's
If
closed.
they're closed, we'll know. If they don't pay, we'll.
3,000.
82.
This is asking not to withdraw the charges, they should ask us to not have charged the retailer, it was only meant to charge for no card and put into the assignment.
I concur.
And I informed of the option not to charge.
Okay, I agree.
Withdrawn.
Yeah, we'll send out the disposition. We send it out as a full board disposition. 83.
Offer of cancel on 1,000, accept.
Accept.
84.
Offer of 6,000. Oh, this was the,
This is what?
oh, I don't know. Okay, you want to set it aside? And
Sure,
we'll
okay,
recall it.
We'll recall 84. 85 and 86.
Offer of cancel on 1,000 bond, accept.
Accept.
87.
6,000.
6,000.
68.
Offer of 9,000, accept.
Accept.
89.
Offer of 4,500, accept.
Accept.
Stuck. 90.
Offer of 5,500, accept.
Accept.
91.
Other letter of warning.
Okay, letter of warning.
92.
They offered 1,500 for the first
There.
charge and a letter of warning for the second charge.
I don't think that we were possible to split up the taxes.
We generally don't. We'd make it all together.
Should have down.
So it would be,
I'll do 1,500.
so, oh, I
They
see.
had-
You're saying you can't do a letter of warning at 1,500 like they offer?
Exactly.
We could do a letter of warning with civil penalty. I mean, we can combine some things if the board wants to do that. They'll get a warning on the prohibited hours sale.
Well, I think they
But why were they
recognize-
requesting a warning?
Because they didn't, they're saying they didn't know that Suffolk County had an 8 o'clock deadline, but their license said till 9
Oh, the
o'clock.
license certificate
All right,
said that.
1,500 then, let's just, they know what they did wrong.
15 to both?
Yes.
Give the letter of warning.
Has the license certificate been reissued with the correct date times on it, maybe? Do we know?
I don't know.
Okay. 93?
3,500.
3,500.
94?
Revoke.
County hours.
Yeah, they're closed, right? Okay, revoke.
96 and 150.
Offer of cancel on 1,000 bond, accept.
Accept.
97? Class change.
This one
I have a
is,
denial.
yeah, there was poor seating. They applied for an EB, and that was denied, and now they're asking for a tavern wine. I deny it.
I deny.
It's falling apart here. 100.
Offer of 4,000, accept.
What number was it?
100.
100.
Sorry. I had. Yeah, let me see this. Okay.
You good?
Yep.
Okay. 101 and 102.
I have a counter offer. Okay. 101 and 102. I had a counter offer of, I have 5,500.
I did too. 5,500.
104.
I'll dismiss charges 2, 4, and 5, and for the remain. Well, one of the issues I had, they have no food here.
All right.
And this is the second time, so I would like to have them come in. Are they open still? Do the 10th, because we have a lot for the 24th.
Right.
Yeah, February 10th.
Expiring the end of this month, did they renew?
Oh, their license?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I didn't know if there was going to be a renewal.
Let me check.
There.
And when they say cartons of alcohol, what's cartons of alcohol?
Cartons, usually it's,
What is that?
carton sounds like cigarettes.
Like cartons, yeah. Well, we can ask them when they come in.
We have not submitted a renewal application yet.
Oh,
Okay, so cancel them on.
all right.
May resolve itself.
That's
105.
Oh, this one,
Oh, send for alternative findings?
yeah, this one, it was questionable because the ALJ did not sustain the charges, and in the video that the licensee submitted, it appears as if they sold
Yeah.
to the individual in their presence.
I recommend we send it for
Okay,
alternative
alternate
findings. Alternate findings. Okay.
108.
Dismiss 1 and 2, as to 3 and 500.
I'd letter of warning.
On to the letter.
Letter?
110.
They had mitigation, I had 2,500.
Oh, 2,500.
111.
1,500.
1,500.
112, I have a request to carry over from Attorney Race. He's out of town.
Okay.
So that'd be 210. 114.
Dismiss charge 1 as to 2 and 3 of 6,500.
You had how much? 6,500?
Yes.
Okay, 6,500.
Because they didn't do anything about the fights until the meeting in
Mhm.
November with the mayor and the police. Took
One-
them, like a year, almost a year.
115.
Expired.
But they have a renewal on file. I had a 5-day suspension in 2,500.
I had 5,000. Same
Yeah,
thing.
so I have a 5-day
All right.
suspension.
If they
but
renew,
paid money.
are you going to, do you know if the renewal's been processed while you're there?
I can check.
Yeah.
Serving right now for the whole month without a license.
Well, they have a renewal application.
It has not been acted on yet.
You know
Yeah.
why?
Can you not act on the renewal until?
Let me just see what's going on with it. Council.
Until what?
Until
The
they,
deficiency letter mailed on 12/16, alteration application filed on 12/31, and sent deficiency letter for the alteration on 1/7. You want me to hold the renewal? Or you want me to send the renewal here?
Iffies?
well, if we agree to, I wanted a 5-day suspension for them. I don't know if the commissioner's inclined to.
This is the alteration to correct this violation.
If it's, I won't know unless it's scanned in.
Oh, for the extension. Well, how about if we just have them come in?
Yeah, let's have
They
them
can
come in.
come in and explain
And we can decide then what's going on.
why they keep having an extension of premise.
Yeah, it's not scanned in, so I don't know.
Yeah,
if the
we'll have them come in.
210?
210. Because they did not file the alteration either, right? To
Right.
include that extension.
116.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. What, Carrie? Oh, you didn't have an extension, alteration?
No,
filed?
I don't know what the alteration is for.
Something is filed, we just
Okay.
don't have the
Don't know what
paperwork.
it's to
All
do.
right, we'll have
Oh,
them
it's
come
to
in.
add the basement.
Oh, so they're trying.
Yeah, they're trying.
Trying to
All
correct
right,
that.
that makes a difference. Okay. So the alteration is in for the basement.
Yes.
Then I would suspend them 5 days.
Or how about just a more severe fine? 7,500? I have 5,000, but you want to go 7,500?
All right, 7,500, yeah, because this is their third time.
Right. So, I mean, if you want to go higher, consider it, but 7,500.
Fine, I'll do 75.
Okay,
I'm
not
open.
carried over, 7,500.
Yes.
You don't have to have them up here.
Not
on the
over.
top.
Thank you. Thank you. 116.
Dismiss.
Dismiss.
117.
6,000.
6,000.
118.
2,200. I'll do 2,000.
2,000.
119, a request to carry over from attorney race to 210.
Okay.
120.
3,000.
3,000.
121.
Revoke for the record.
Revoke for the record.
122.
3,000.
3,000, and then they need to appear, I think, because didn't they stand up the ALJ for 2 hours and never notified them they weren't coming in?
It's not like they're standing around waiting.
No, but I I have an issue with licensees that don't comply to appear when we ask them to, and they never showed up at all, right? That's what I have here.
But they're already on notice if they don't. But if they're already on notice if they don't appear, it's a
But
default.
I'd like to get them in, and if, just, all right.
You like that?
Not yell at them, but, I mean, have them understand, you can't just say you're coming in and blow people off, but,
Okay, so you want them to,
But they suffer the penalty of
okay,
what
that's
we
fine.
impose.
I got it.
all right, so what are
We're
we
good.
doing?
We're just
We're
imposing the
imposing
penalty
3,000.
of 3,000.
Okay. 123 and 124.
Revoke and bond. I have a name stop.
Agreed.
I got it. 126.
3,000.
3,000.
I was conversing with.
127.
Dismiss.
Dismiss.
129.
3,000.
3,000.
130.
Withdrawn charge 1, asset 2, 3,500.
3,500, agreed on the dismissal. Oh, withdraw.
Yep, got it.
Withdrawn,
131 and 132.
I have 8,500.
At 5,000. 6,500?
You lower?
How much?
Yeah, I know, right?
I'm shocked.
Okay. Oh, this place. Yeah, you're familiar with this place.
Amity's Catering Hall? Well, I have no adverse.
It's the,
Prior.
it's
there's
a
no
multi-license building.
Location.
The landlord for this location has appeared before you numerous times.
And you've denied applications too.
So what is it, 58 Albany?
How come that, I guess that information doesn't come out here?
Because it's only on this license.
On this
Right.
particular license. Any other adverse? At the location that's pending? Or no?
You canceled other licenses at those locations.
At this particular location?
At 58 Albany Avenue, the building's divided into different. So there's a license in the basement, there's a license on the first floor. The landlord then came before you for a licensing application. Another applicant came for a new license. And Terry, correct me if I'm wrong, I think the police commissioner.
Yeah, we had a, yeah.
But this current licensee has had this license since 2012, and this is the violations we have on the catering hall, but nothing prior, just in the building. But those are separate licenses. Does he have these licenses as well?
But he was the licensee on all of those?
No.
Oh,
Just
okay.
the landlord is just the
Right,
common.
okay. So I'll go with 8,500 then.
Okay.
Good. 133.
Since he says they sold the business, transferred out.
10,000.
License and safekeeping.
Third sale to minor.
Which one?
133, right?
Yeah, 133, their licenses in safekeeping? Because that's what it says on the CNC.
Oh, that'd be news.
Oh,
Or actually in the memo.
business has been sold under the transfer.
They did pay the other fine.
It's not in safekeeping.
Yeah, but the $5,000 has been paid.
Because they said they have a transfer application? Oh, it says being filed. So I don't know.
Being filed, okay.
I'll accept it.
All right, I'll accept that they sold it.
136.
Dismiss charge 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6 as to 4 of 2,000.
2,000.
137.
Dismiss.
137 dismiss. Because you're saying that he
Not
just...
sustain.
Okay. I agree.
138. Why didn't he come on this one? This is some
This
reason.
is no
I wanted
food.
them to appear because the
Yeah.
kitchen, they didn't have a gas line,
Let's bring them in, 210.
menu, and pictures of their kitchen.
Hold on a second.
Menu.
Show that they currently have gas going into that stove.
You want photos?
Yeah. and
Photos, menu.
That they have a gas line going into that kitchen, because they had a kitchen, a stove and everything last time, but the gas line wasn't connected. So I guess you can't just go on the picture.
All right. That's 15.
210?
Yep. 139.
Dismiss charge 1 as to 2 and 3, 3,000.
3,000. Dismiss the other charges.
142.
3,000.
3,000.
143.
The ALJ had mentioned that the underage was 18. I thought they
Did
were
he?
19. Because that basically has to the penalty. Yeah, did you see this was the birth date? Maybe my math is off. That was the birth date. And then this is the month, really. It was July. And when
Yeah,
did it
probably
occur?
19. In May. So was he 18? I thought he was 19, right?
All right, I'll,
It was 19, right?
it's 19.
I'm trying to calculate, but, you know, a little tired.
Yeah,
I have a daughter born in 95.
19.
It's 19.
All right, so then I'll have 3,000, because
No, it's 18 because his birthday's in July, and this happened in May. So he didn't quite make it to his 19th birthday. So he was 18.
I thought he would be 20.
Yeah, that's true, too. 19. 3,000.
Okay.
Oh, just in time.
Oh, good, now I can go.
We got 3 left. You're doing
I'm
that.
done. I forgot, yeah.
What's non-mental?
When you're using tactile,
They're right, it is 18.
18? Yeah, it is 18. What is it?
It is 18.
It is 18.
It is 18 because the violation is in 2014.
95, that's right.
You know, and they were.
But he was born in 95.
95.
So it's
But
19
the
if it was July
violation was
15,
May, and they were born in June.
It would have been 20.
So 2 months shy of 19.
But July,
I was right. I'm just, you
But
know,
July
even in my
of-
tired state, I was correct.
July of 2015, he would be 20.
yes, right?
This
Yes.
happened
May of
in May of
before they even
2014.
before they had their last. Yeah.
Right.
So that was before his birthday.
Right.
Yes.
July 15,
Okay.
2014
this
would have
group-
been
All right.
19.
Sorry. Yeah, that was.
What happens? This is what happens.
3,500.
What am I
Yeah,
doing with
okay.
this?
Okay,
Got it.
mister.
So where are we?
All right. Hold.
Sussman's.
back to 84. Yeah, I got to do that, but I got to
Where's this?
separate because I have to show that these votes were different than the others.
We're up to 143, 3,500.
Okay. Beforehand, we're going to go back to 84.
Oh.
We held that off.
Right.
We're recalling 84 for comments.
Okay. How did we get this case?
This case is a referral from the state of Louisiana.
Okay.
Cease and desist.
And when you went to them, they immediately stopped selling? Okay. Mm-hmm, okay.
Yes, to Louisiana. When we approached them, they immediately stopped selling. It was a cease and desist letter from the state.
And what are they doing now in terms of interstate sales?
They have done a large compliance effort to research and find the laws in every state, seek licenses where permissible and not sell to states where it is impermissible. As of April 2014, they no longer sell to Oklahoma, Tennessee, Wisconsin, Indiana, Maryland, Maine, Virginia, and Louisiana.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'm ready to vote.
Okay. Offer of 6,000, accept.
Accept.
I accept it.
And 144.
1,000.
10,000.
1,000.
145.
7,000.
7,000. I had 3,000.
I had 4. Yeah, because it wasn't that many bottles, I felt.
But this is the second time they had it unauthorized. sale.
Yeah, it's just,
All right.
I thought it's hitting them hard.
So where are we at now?
I'd suggest 4.
4?
I'll do 4.
All right. You had 7, Kevin had 3. You had
No, we're getting along fabulously.
7, Kevin had
But
3.
I'll do 4.
Okay, 4.
146.
Dismiss charge 2 as to 1. I can't.
It's just stopped selling. They don't sell alcohol anymore here because of his religion or something.
Yeah.
That seemed to change, though. That's what he told the BCI, but then at the hearing,
Now he changed his religion, or now he changed his...
I don't think he changed his religion. He changed the reason why he...
But he was licensed from January 21st, 2014. He applied for a license but never sold.
How about
It says
this?
that he stopped selling until he hires better workers.
How about we send somebody out, put it over and send somebody out? Let's put it on for 224 and have a report from a BCI on whether or not he's selling alcohol. If he's not selling alcohol, I think that's pretty significant.
Right.
If he is, that's significant the other way.
Like, why apply if you have no intentions of selling?
Okay. All right, so 224.
224. 148, we've had some scheduling conflicts, and the attorneys asked for an adjournment to the 24th.
Okay.
153?
1,500.
1,500.
All right, I had 1,000.
I'll do 1,000.
1,000? Yeah.
I'll do 1,000 too.
154, we had an adjournment request this morning due to inclement weather. Licensee couldn't appear on Buffalo.
I was just going to do letter of warning.
Going to do a letter of warning.
Yeah, let's just do a letter.
Do letter of warning?
Just do a letter.
Yep. So he doesn't have to,
Yeah, have to come.
yeah. That's what I had also.
Okay, I'll try to email her. 155?
1,500.
1,500.
I agree.
One- 156?
Here, let's just stay focused.
Offer 6,000, accept.
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 157?
Offer 6,500, accept.
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 158?
Offer 3,000, accept.
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 159?
Offer 5,000, accept.
Accept.
160?
Offer 3,000,
No, this is where the dead person, the person was dead, the licensee, and other people were signing for him, and they kept going back and forth who actually signed it.
Yeah, but
It's a club, so anyone can just,
just two things in mitigation. One, they've had a license for 76. We got at least no recent adverse
and it's the
history.
American Legion.
And you know, they're vets, so we give them one, first time around, give them a shot.
3,000.
It's,
Weekend at Bernie.
see how fun that was.
161?
Offer 6,000, accept.
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 162?
Offer 7,500, accept.
Accept.
Yeah, apparently they were very cooperative, so I think that's significant. Let's
173?
keep those together if something develops.
Offer 7,500, accept.
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 Same thing.
174?
Offer 4,500, accept.
164, right?
64?
Yeah,
Sorry, I'm just
accept.
trying to get to the end.
Accept.
165?
Now that I'm back, we'll make some progress.
Offer revoke, accept.
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 166? We did receive an email from,
This is the one we got from Mayor Hall.
yes, the mayor is opposed to the application.
I have a note here to be denied if they don't come in, because they haven't come in.
Yes.
So let's deny it.
Denied.
The mayor's against it, and also they've refused our repeated requests to appear.
See what happens when they don't come in, when they ask?
Right.
That's right. Finally.
Well,
Just saying.
167, I do have I received a late request to adjourn.
That's what, this is the one with the interpreter.
Interpreter.
The interpreter, but I'm scheduling it for 2:10. They were requesting
Okay.
2:24. Yeah, it's going to be on 2:10.
210, okay.
And hopefully it'll correct some of the problems that he said he was going to do. 169, we had a request to carry over to 2:10 from Mr. Levy.
Okay.
While we're at it, yep, the next one. 173, I believe Mr. DeLuca is still working with licensing. So this is, he's requested to carry over to 2:10. He's trying to get a letter.
Oh, from the town, okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Keep going here, 175A. Yesterday, Chairman granted an adjournment to 2:10. Scheduling conflict for today.
Yep.
Really long day. It's going to be a really long day on 210.
It's already been closed, so I think we closed it before. It didn't have 100 items on it. 175B.
Send back to Buffalo. Oh,
This is the report on litigation.
I see.
To have, one of the suggestions council made was
Yeah.
to have Zone 3 investigated and remeasure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I agree.
I agree. So we'll just send this back. No date. Okay.
Just return to licensing? I'm not sure I missed that. There's Board of Litigation.
Yeah.
Yes,
Return to licensing.
for Zone 3 to
Got it.
go out and measure.
Okay. 175C, proposed rule.
Yeah, I can give you some background on this.
I don't even have C.
I don't even have C either.
I don't have C.
I think that would have been sent email.
Oh,
This was, basically, Tom Donahue had started with us, and then Paul and I sort of finished it up because it was going on for a while. It's a project to clean up our rules, rescind some real outdated rules, and to also make some more industry-friendly tweaks. For example, there's a number of dollars you can spend as a wholesaler, give to say a liquor store for display. That hasn't been changed since like 1976, and yet the rule says that we'll change it to keep track with the federal indexes.
Can we hold it over because I didn't even have
Yeah, and what it is though, Paul and I did this, we submitted, the process has started, but Tom suggested that we need the board's approval to do this, and I think he's right. Initially, I didn't even think of it because, for example, Tom will draft legislation, maybe I'll look at it, make some suggestions, and we send it over without the board approval. But it looks like there were protocols set by the board where the board needs to look at it. So take a look at it, but this one should definitely be on for the next meeting.
It has to, because in the State Register, we've set the public hearing for the next board meeting, so it has to be.
The public hearing was in March, wasn't it? March
It's
10th?
set for March 10th at 10 o'clock when we have the board meeting. So we're going to have a public meeting regarding this, and then I guess right after, we're going to start our board meeting.
Yeah.
So we're doing the public meeting.
Okay, so February.
February.
Our next meeting, February 10th. This has to be on the calendar for us to consider, okay?
Do you have?
I will get you all the paperwork.
If you don't, send Jackie an email.
Okay. I'll get you all the paperwork. This didn't include the text, but I'll provide the text from the register. Okay, back to here, 175D, request from Licensing Bureau to carry this over.
This is, we're going to just do another one.
Just going to do another one?
Next board meeting, so I can get these people on.
Okay.
So do you want to withdraw this?
No, I do not. I need to get this done because I'm requesting to add 2 people who work on renewals to be able to approve their renewals, and to add Jenny Eastman to be able to approve act on ST permit applications in Zone 1.
So my only issue was the language is a little unclear, where it says, it is hereby resolved, notwithstanding, blah, 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 requiring the disapproval of the application by the licensing board, right? And then the third bullet point, it says applications for premises where the prior license was revoked or canceled.
This is an old delegation. We haven't changed that.
Okay.
Yeah, what you should
No,
do.
but then it says unless, and then it.
Yeah, these are an application that was canceled or revoked can be acted on by licensing board unless it was canceled or revoked and there's a relationship between the prior licensee and the applicant. If there's a focal point charge anywhere in there, if there's public interest issues, or
If it was focused
Stop
about
on
a
the
felony
palm.
conviction, and now there's a new applicant 3 years later, who cares? So they have discretion in some now.
Right, no, I think it's just, and that's fine. I think it's just the language where it says, it has to come to the full board unless there's a statutory provision requiring the disapproval by the application. And then these are the ones that have to come to us, right? So applications for premises where the prior license was revoked, and then it says unless. So then you're saying that if it was, they had some relationship or whatever.
if they do not have a relationship, it doesn't have to come to you. If the charges were not focal point, there wasn't a public interest.
And it doesn't have to come back
It
to
does
us.
not have to come to you. I can act on it locally.
Right. So it must be presented to the full board unless there's a statutory provision requiring the disapproval of the application by the licensing board.
For the delegation you're doing next week, or
Just
any of,
add a couple more
when you're going forward, highlight the changes.
Yes.
So we know exactly what's new and what might have been done 20 years ago.
Yes. I can basically, if I'm gonna disapprove it in licensing board, we can disapprove it. It doesn't have to come here to be disapproved. So that's that first
If the
area.
prior license was revoked or canceled, it doesn't have to come to us. Unless you're saying the prior license was canceled and there's nothing in the record to show a connection between the prior licensee and the applicant. I would think it would be the other way around.
It is. It's not worded, I guess,
So the language, you know what I'm saying? Because with that second, unless it means that it has to come back to
Yeah,
us.
reword that in the next delegation to make it clear, okay?
Yeah, just make it clear. I
Just
mean, that's all.
make it clear in the next one.
Yes.
And again, highlight any changes.
Yes. But this is approved?
Yes.
Approved with the clarification.
With that understanding.
Yes, yeah, that's fine. Thank you. I'm fine.
$175E,
Offer of cancel and 10,000, accept.
Accept.
I agree.
175SF has requested an adjournment to 2:10.
Not 224?
Oh, she said two.
Yeah, I saw
Oh.
224.
Yes.
Sorry about that, 224.
24.
And that is all I have.
Okay, we're adjourned. Thanks, everyone.